The next few lessons are actually going to be kind of a hybrid review of forms that you should already be familiar with at this point. And how we deal with them in React. Honestly, because of how React 19 can now deal with forms, this is going to be a little bit closer tied to just a review of forms in HTML. So to get us started, let's just start building out this form. And actually, I was going to get rid of this H1. Let's go ahead and call this a sign up form. And I'm going to have more elements. Maybe I'll put everything here inside of a section. Okay, so to start out a form, we will always start with a form element, an HTML form element. We're going to discuss some of the attributes that we can add to our form, but for now, let's also get an input in here. Input is kind of a crazy component or element in HTML because it's very overloaded. In other words, there's a lot of different types of input, and depending on what type of input you use, what gets displayed in the form is drastically different from another type. For example, if we have a type of text, it's going to show up as a regular input box. If we were to instead do a type of radio, we get a little circle that you can click. And these are intended to have multiple different options. I'm a little bit torn how I feel about this. It feels like maybe they tried to get input to do too many things, but I'm certainly not an HTML expert, so there's probably a good reason for it. Okay, so type is one of the most important things that we're going to add to our inputs. I would say maybe the second most important thing is to give it a name attribute. The name attribute is how we're going to access the data that is input into this input box by the user. So after the form is submitted, we'll need to make sure we have a reasonable name so that we can access that data. Since this is going to be a sign-up form, let's go ahead and put email. That will be the name. And actually, if I'm going to make this email, there's a dedicated type of email that I can use for this input. I think what that does mostly on mobile devices, it will pop up a slightly different keyboard that has that little @ symbol that's really accessible, and maybe a couple other little things with the keyboard change. Either way, it's a good idea to put it there. Oh, I also think it might be helpful for password managers, although I'm not 100% sure on that. Either way, you should always strive to put the correct type for your inputs, so we'll go ahead and use email. Okay, we can hit refresh and see this input is very unclear what it should be doing. And it can be tempting to then say, well, I'm going to use the placeholder attribute to say this is going to be where the email goes. In fact, I think this is something you will very commonly see, but it's a habit that I'm going to try and weed out of you right now. A placeholder is not the correct tool to use as a label for your input. A placeholder instead can be a great place to put an example of what should be filled in, like let's say joe@schmo.com. But for accessibility reasons, it's much more difficult for screen readers, for example, to make any sense of an input. It won't read the placeholder text, and so it's going to be difficult for anyone using a screen reader to know what they're supposed to do with this input. I can get around that with an ARIA label, but whenever possible, we should just use a label element. This is where we can simply say email. And if we actually take our closing tag for the label element and put it on the other side of our input, in other words, wrapping our input as a child of the label, then this label will automatically get associated with this input. And we can tell that easily by clicking email and see that our cursor is then focused inside of the input box. The design here is awful, so don't judge me for that. We'll fix it up soon. I'll probably fix it up after this lesson, so you don't have to watch me doing more CSS with a form. But for now, this will get the trick done. While we're talking about labels, if you can't put your label around your input the way that we did there, but instead would prefer them to sit side by side as siblings, you can still do this, but we do have to take a couple extra things into consideration. First of all, we need to associate this label with this specific input, and we can do that with an HTML4 attribute. If you're familiar with regular HTML forms and HTML labels, you'll recognize this as the for attribute in regular HTML, but because we're dealing with DOM elements here, it's not the JavaScript label element doesn't have a for property, it has an HTML for property. And so in React, because we're dealing with JavaScript, we will use that property, HTML4. Its value needs to be the ID of the input that you want to use. So we'll give this an ID of email and say that this label is associated with the input with the ID of email. So I can hit save, and you'll see I click on email and my cursor gets focused inside the input as well. I personally prefer the look of this, even though it does require me to do a little bit of extra work. I think it also makes doing CSS for this just a little bit easier, but honestly, whichever way you choose is going to be completely fine. Okay, I feel like I've been talking for a really long time. This might be a silly challenge, but I think it's time to get your hands on the keyboard. Okay, this is pretty straightforward. I want you to add another label and another input for our password field. And because we haven't done any styling on here, I'm going to just manually add a break element and then leave some space here for you to do your work. Make sure you use the correct type when you're adding your password input, and don't forget to fill in the other attributes that are necessary too. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. All right, simply enough, and maybe I'm going to be a cheater for doing this. I'm going to copy all of these properties and we'll update the data. So we have HTML4, we'll call this password, and then set the ID to password for our input. This will say password. The type, there actually is a dedicated password type. This is the one that we'll put in the filled in dots instead of the actual characters, just to keep it a little more private. We'll give it a name of password, and the placeholder, I don't think we need a placeholder for password. Hit save, and sure enough, we get the password field working. This lesson is getting a little bit long. I'm going to touch on one more thing. We'll dive just a little bit deeper into some of the other input types that are available to us, but the last thing I want to talk about is the button element. The button element is a little bit unique, and it has a quirk that is important to remember. If you've been doing any kind of HTML for a long time, you might recognize that there is a different type of input called a type of submit. And as I mentioned, different types of inputs can dramatically change the way it's displayed on the screen. Well, input type submit is no different, because let me comment out this button, and I think I have to move this out. We'll hit save and check it out. It doesn't really look like an input, it looks like a button. And that's true. If I wanted to change the text on it, I would have to add another attribute called value. Well, the default is submit. Let's, I don't know, say click. Okay, we see that's working. But this is where our button comes in, because buttons, if they're placed inside of a form, they act like an input type submit. Or rather, buttons also have a type property, and by default outside of a form, the type is button. Inside of a form, the type is submit. So a button makes a lot more sense to me, and I'm just going to give it the text of submit. All right, we have a super basic form. I'm going to give this a little bit of love in the CSS, and I'll see you in the next lesson. There's a few interesting things happening to our form when we try to submit it. First of all, let me go ahead and type in an email. Let's just put in b@b.com and, I don't know, password 123. We saw this before, but if I hit enter or I press the submit button, I'll go ahead and hit enter this time, we see that we're actually directed to a different address or a different URL, and it serialized the data from the form and put it up in the query string of that URL. Native forms on the web work this exact same way. If we don't specify a different type of method, the default is going to be a GET request, and a GET request involves getting information from a URL. In this case, even though we're trying to send data up to the server, the kind of tricky way that the web works is it tries to get a request from a URL and then includes a query string with the information that we're trying to pass to it. This actually works in a lot of cases and actually is a good idea in a lot of cases. For something sensitive like an email and password for a sign-up form, it's probably not a good idea to serialize and put that information in the URL. If we instead change this to a post method, and you'll notice that I'm typing these in all caps. That's actually just a convention in HTML. I can just keep it in lowercase if I want. In fact, I think I will leave it that way. If instead I use a post method, then it doesn't put the information from the form up in the URL, but instead it creates a post request and it puts that information in the body of that request, which is not something that we'll be able to just see right here in our user interface. Let me go back to just regular slash. I'll enter the same information and hit enter, and we can see we are still getting a full page refresh, but we are no longer putting that information up in the URL. Okay, how can we stop this full page refresh so we can process this information in JavaScript instead of, as the web was built, trying to send it directly to a backend file to process it? Well, as we saw in the Chef Claude app, we can add an onSubmit handler to our form, and we can prevent the page from refreshing by using that prevent default that we saw before. Let me go ahead and create a function called handleSubmit. It's going to take the event, and before I do anything else, let's go ahead and set this up as our submission handler for the form. I mentioned this before, but even for the most simple of forms, I prefer to be watching for the submit event on the form rather than something like the click event on a button, for a number of reasons that I've already outlined. With that event, we can stop the page from refreshing by telling it to prevent the default, and we call that as a function. This makes it so that the page will not refresh. Again, hit save, put in the same information, and hit submit, and sure enough, nothing happens really at all. Let me just go ahead and console log submitted just to make sure that that's actually working. Okay, good. Our function is being called successfully. Now, this event that's being passed to the handleSubmit function is actually pretty powerful. It has a lot of information about it. First of all, I can get access to the actual form DOM node. So I can say something like const form, maybe it will say form L for form element, is equal to event.current target. Or in this specific case, you also could just use target. It's a little bit safer to use current target in this case. And with this form element, I can actually create a new set of form data. So let's go ahead and create some form data. And I can create this by setting it equal to a new instance of the capital F form data. This is something built directly into JavaScript. You could go over to MDN and look it up and learn more about form data. But if I pass the entire form element to it, then what I get back is the data from that form. This form data object will give me access to each of the values of my inputs by using a simple get method. So I can say my first name, and no, we're not doing first name, last name. My email is equal to formdata.get, and then I can use the name property. This is why name is so important to put in our inputs. I can use that name property of email to get the data from the form. So let's go ahead and console log our email. I'll hit save, and we'll put something in, hit submit, and sure enough, we're able to console log our email address. Okay, so we're able to listen for the submit event on our form. We have a function to deal with it. We're preventing the default refresh of the whole page. We're getting the form element from the current target of the event. We're then creating a set of form data. We're able to get the information from that form data, and we'll notice that the form is still filled in, so I'll have to manually call something like forml.reset, which is a method on form elements that allows me to reset the form. One thing to keep in mind as we go forward about this reset method, when you're doing challenges and you run this line of code, it's going to work just fine. And when you're doing it on your local machine or pretty much anywhere else, it's going to work exactly as you'd expect. For some reason on Scrimba in the recording, it's not actually recording the form reset. So I'll probably mention at some point that the form successfully reset, and it's probably not going to look like that in the recording, but just keep in mind that it really is working behind the scenes. In fact, I just reset this. I'll go ahead and type this information in, type in my super secure password of password, and I can hit submit. And sure enough, for me, the form did successfully reset. And then, of course, instead of console logging our email, we would gather the info from the form and probably submit it to a backend. This backend would be in charge of doing data sanitization and submitting that info to a database, or in the case of a sign-up form, maybe sending a confirmation email or something like that. Awesome, we've got a working form. But you might be thinking, hey Bob, this doesn't really look that great. This seems to be bleeding into that realm of imperative coding as opposed to declarative coding. And you would be right, but keep in mind that prior to React 19, it actually used to be quite a bit more difficult to gather form information. Or maybe I should qualify that. The traditional way of gathering information from a form, which used something called controlled components, which we'll actually be touching on in the next section, was quite a bit more cumbersome than, first of all, what we're doing here, and more importantly, what we're about to learn in the next lesson. React 19 has introduced a much better way to gather form information. So feel free to play around in the code here as always, and when you're ready, we'll jump into the next scrim. If you remember, we were talking about forms back in probably the original spec for HTML. There was a property or an attribute that you could add to your form called action. And this is where you would tell where your browser should send the information from the form to. Oftentimes, this would end up being, for example, a PHP file. And the code in that PHP file would then receive that form and process it, save it to a database, return some kind of new HTML, whatever it might be. With our onSubmit that we're handling here, we're able to do a lot of this on the client side. And that's pretty nice, but we do find ourselves handling a lot of things imperatively within our own code base. For example, if I'm handling the submission in my JavaScript, of course, I'm going to want to prevent the default of a full page refresh. And since this is a form that I'm submitting, of course, I'm going to need to get the form element and create some form data from it. If I'm submitting the form, of course, I'm going to want the form to reset at the end. There's a number of sensible defaults that we kind of just wish were being handled for us. And in React 19, we can. React 19 allows us to not only use a regular action for a backend file if we need to, like we have here, but we also can pass a function to it. Maybe instead of sticking with the name of the event that I'm trying to handle, like handle submit and onSubmit, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of my onSubmit entirely. And maybe we just make this a little more declarative, like this is my sign up function. Now, because I can pass functions to my form actions, I'll go ahead and pass this sign up function. And when you're passing a function to your action, it doesn't receive an event because we're not handling an event per se, but instead it's just automatically going to receive the form data. This is awesome. Behind the scenes, the action function is going to prevent the default for us, so we can get rid of that. These next two lines of code were us trying to get access to the form data, which it's already giving us, so we can get rid of both of those. And it's going to reset the form for us automatically, so I can get rid of that. Let's go ahead and console log our email and just see if this really is all we need. We'll hit save. And oh, that warning actually brought up a good point. We had our method of post, but if we're specifying a function in the action, then we don't need to do that manually. So let's hit refresh again. I'll fill out this form and hit submit, and check it out. In our console, we have our email address, and we were able to do that in a single line of code. Also, the form reset, and the page didn't refresh on submit. If I sound probably unreasonably excited, it's because I've had to do it in a much, much more difficult way for a really long time. So bear with me and my excitement, which probably seems pretty silly to you, but something feels so good about just going back to the native web with a little bit of benefits mixed into it from React. Because I've been talking so darn much, I'm going to give you a very simple challenge, and then we're going to come back to our Chef Claude app and apply what we've learned over there. Currently, we're just getting the email from our sign-up form, but we're going to need the password as well. So I want you to get the password from the form as well and log it to the console just to be sure that it came in correctly. Short and sweet, I'll hand it over to you. All right, easy enough. I can get the password by calling formData.get, and the name value that we chose for our password input is, logically enough, password. So we'll just say password, and I'll console log the password. We'll hit save. I'll put this in. I've just been kind of mashing the keyboard for my passwords. And so, yep, sure enough, we get the password in. Awesome. Of course, there's a lot more that needs to be taken into consideration when it comes to forms, but for now, this is going to be good enough to help us refactor our Chef Claude app. So let's jump into that. All right, we're back with Chef Claude, and your challenge is to use a form action instead of the onSubmit in this handle submit function that we're currently doing in the onSubmit handler we have on our form. I want you to use the form action capabilities that we now have with React 19. So I'll pass it over to you to finish this challenge. You might remember, or as you were testing it out, might have noticed that we are able to add items to our list, but we actually didn't even put our form reset down at the bottom here. Fortunately, when we transition this over to use actions instead, we're going to get that for free. So instead of on submit, let's go ahead and set this up as our action, and I'm going to call this add ingredient. We'll change the name of our function. Changing the name of the function, by the way, is not required. It just makes it a little more, I guess, semantically sensible. So don't worry too much about that. Okay, we're going to receive the form data. We don't have to prevent the default. We don't have to create our own form data. We can leave this line of code in and this line of code. And we don't have a form reset from before, but we should just get that for free. Let's go ahead and clean up our challenge text. Hit save. Add oregano, and I'll hit enter first, and sure enough, that added to the list and our form cleared. Maybe I'll add basil and try clicking the button, and same thing. Awesome. That was such a quick challenge that I'm actually going to take some time to tell you how things used to be in React. We're not going to dive deep into it, but the way that we used to do form handling in React is we used to track the state of every one of our inputs. And on every input element, we would add an onChange event handler. Every single keystroke that happened inside of an input, or the clicking of a radio button or checkbox or whatever it might be, any single change to the information in the form, we would update our local React state instead of using the internal state that already exists in forms, which meant every single one of our inputs had to have an onChange. It also had to have a value property so that we could make sure the input's value, or the actual text of the input, was correctly updated whenever state changed. And this whole setup was called controlled components. This was because React was in charge of controlling the state of the inputs and the form in general. And the truth is, there are still times here and there where you might find that useful. For the most part, you're not going to have to worry about that, and we can delete a lot of code compared to what we were required to have before. Now, although Chef Claude doesn't have any more requirements as far as our form goes, there's still a bit more that we need to learn about forms in React because, as I've mentioned, including forms in React is a very common task. So I want to make sure that I cover those bases. Even though our Chef Claude app isn't going to require these, I wanted to cover some other form input types just so that we have those under our belt in case we ever need them. We won't be covering every single one of the types, but this will be a good way to get our feet wet with other ways of collecting information from our users. The first one that we should talk about is a text area element. One thing that's unique about text area is, well, first of all, it's not an input type text area or anything like that. It's simply its own element. Also, it actually isn't a self-closing, it has a separate closing tag, which is the text area closing tag. The difference between a text area and an input is that it's intended for longer form text. You'll also notice that in the very lower right, there's a little handlebar for the user to change whatever size gets displayed here. But you also can set a default size in your CSS, is kind of the preferred way, or there's a property called rows and columns where you can change the size directly here in the HTML. Well, I guess we're in JSX, but it has those properties still. I'll go ahead and add a label for this one. And maybe since this is a longer form text, we'll, I don't know, say it's some kind of description that the user is going to be entering in. And we will need our HTML4 because we are not wrapping the label around our text area, although that would be a legitimate way to do it as well. We'll say it's for description, which means we need to give this an ID of description. And assuming we want to actually gather this information from our signup function up above, we will need to also add a name property, which will also be description. Cool, looking good. We'll keep this lesson kind of short and sweet because we are going to be diving into other input types that have a few extra considerations we need to keep in mind. But before we move on, there is something that I remembered now that I added to this code since we last saw it, and that is this default value property. In my case, I'm adding this default value simply so that I don't have to type new things in every time I submit this form. When we come back around to seeing what information we're getting in our form data, it's really helpful when testing this not to have to fill these values in every single time. Default value is a way to initialize this element with a default value. And this default value is still changeable. I could change this to whatever I want. but you might also be able to see some value in the default value property if you were loading up a form that you needed to pre-populate with the user's data. For example, I've seen apps where I go to maybe my profile section, and if I want to change maybe my address, it will show me a form, but it will pre-populate it or set a default value to the data that I had previously entered, but still allow me to change it and resubmit that form. So that's all that's happening here with the default value. I'll probably add more default values to the other elements as I go on, just so that it makes it easier to test submitting my form. Okay, in the next lesson, we're going to jump into radio buttons and see how they can be a little bit different than the other inputs that we've dealt with. The next input I want to talk about is an input of type radio. We'll hit save and see that we get nothing all that special here. I'm certain this isn't the first radio button you've seen. Radio buttons are used when you have multiple options for the user to choose from and you only want them to be able to select one at a time. Let's put a label on this button so that it doesn't look so silly, just as a circle sitting there on my page. And maybe just to show that it works totally fine to wrap our labels around our inputs, I'll go ahead and wrap a label around this particular input. Let's indent that input. By doing so, I think we lose a little bit of neatness in terms of the structure of our HTML, but we also gain back some of the fluff that we have to add just to associate the two together. In this case, I'm going to put my label text, and for now, let's just say label text, after my input. That way, once I've made another little change we're about to see, my radio buttons will be able to align neatly on the left side and the label will be on the right side. Even without any label text, I think because of the way my CSS is set up, if I hit save, we'll see that that's going to align to the left. And I think that radio buttons look a lot better if you have all of your radio buttons aligned on the left and then you have the label on the right. Of course, you can change that around and use some CSS grid maybe to get them all aligned on the right side, but let's just keep it like this. And for now, I'm just going to say label text because we're going to see what we're using this radio for. And awesome, we get label text. Now, let me go ahead and duplicate these. So we have a few different options here. And as I mentioned, one of the standout features of a radio button is that we're only able to select one of them. However, if we check, I can actually select all of these. So why exactly is that? Well, in order for them to be exclusive from each other, I need to give a name property to my radios, but that name property has to be the same for all of the radios that I want the user to only be able to select one of. Now, I'm going to make these radio buttons represent an employment status. So I'll go ahead and give the name of employment status to all three of these, the same exact name. Let's hit save. And now I can only select one of these at a time. Selecting a different one will change which one it's selected, of course. One thing that I really like to do when I have radio buttons like this is to surround them in a field set element. So I'll go ahead and take this closing tag and just wrap all of these in a field set and then do a format to indent those. And we'll just go ahead and hit save. Oh, and it looks like maybe we need to make a little change to our field set. Let me go ahead and add a display of flex and a flex direction of column on that. Okay, that looks better. Okay, so the field set gives us this little outline. When we're inside of a field set, we also can give a little label to the entire field set with a legend property, or element, I mean. And in that element, we'll go ahead and say employment status. And awesome. Now you can change the design for this. This is sort of the default. I've updated some colors and such, but I'm not going to worry too much about the rest of the design. Okay, instead of label text, let's go ahead and include our different options. We'll say unemployed, part-time, and full-time. Awesome. And because they have the same name, we can only select one of them at a given time. Now, there's a couple things we need to take into account. First of all, before we move on, in this text area, I'm going to add a default value, and maybe I'll just say this is a description. So we'll hit save. I'll go ahead and check part-time and hit submit. Oh, and in our function, we're only console logging the password. So actually, let me throw in a quick challenge here. Okay, the challenge I want you to try and do is grab the employment status from the form and log it to the console. Just when you're submitting the form, remember to choose one of the options because we haven't yet discovered how to create a default selected option. However, before anybody jumps into this and starts pulling their hair out, I want to give you a caveat or a note here to let you know that it's not quite going to work the way that you might expect, and we're going to fix what this problem is. So I just don't want to set you up for failure. Just know ahead of time it's not going to work quite yet. So give this challenge your best shot, and if you'd like, you can see if you're able to fix the problem that we run into when we try to do it the way it currently is written. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Okay, well, let's just give it our best shot. The next input I want to talk about is an input that we run into when we try to do it the way it currently is written. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Okay, well, let's just give it our best shot. We'll go ahead and try to grab the employment status, and that will come from formdata.get, and we'll pass in the name of employment status. Is that the one we chose? Yeah, employment status right here. I'll just copy it and paste it just in case. And let's go ahead and try to log employment status and see what happens. So I'll hit refresh, I'll choose part-time, I'll hit submit, and all we get is on. Interesting. So our radio buttons by default, they don't come with their own value per se, or rather the default may not be exactly what we need. In fact, let's hit save and to refresh the form, and I'll hit submit, and you'll see that the other option, if we don't select something, is null. But I'll go ahead and choose full-time, hit submit again, and now that value of on comes in. When we're creating radio buttons, we need to provide a value property, and this value is what we want the data to be when this form gets submitted. For example, if we're here on the unemployed checkbox, we might want this to say unemployed as the value. Think of this value as the actual value that you might save to a database. So I'll go ahead and fill these in as well. We'll say this one is part-time, this one is full-time. We'll hit save, we'll choose maybe part-time, hit submit, and now we actually get the value that we associated with the input that we ended up selecting, and that's the value that we were able to pull in from our form data. Okay, that's a lot of information that we just talked about, and all we've covered so far is radio buttons. However, they're pretty important, and it's good to know some of their nuances that we run into. The only other thing I want to touch on before we finally move on from radio buttons is how we can automatically select one of these, or I guess if you were pulling in existing information and wanted to pre-populate the correct choice, instead of using something like default value, which is what we have used above, instead we choose the input that we want to have the selected option already, and we use a different one called default checked. And we will set this equal to a Boolean value of true. Actually, well, let's hit save. We see that we automatically get full-time selected. I think we might be able to do the string true, and yeah, that works as well. But because we're here in React and we can put in real JavaScript values, let's go ahead and use a real Boolean. Okay, let's move on from radio buttons and talk about the radio button sibling, which is the checkbox. A very close relative to the radio button is a checkbox. Let me go ahead and create something very similar to this. Actually, I'll just copy this whole field set here. Let's change the legend to something where a user might select multiple boxes, maybe something like, I don't know, dietary restrictions. I'll go ahead and change all of these to a type of checkbox and update the names. Let me get rid of the default checked that we had here. Although, actually, I guess this is an important time to note that, let me go ahead and hit save. Default checked does work the same as it does with radio buttons. We can see that full-time here has a check mark, even though we haven't selected that. With checkboxes, though, because we can have multiple checkboxes selected at a given time, I can put default checked on multiple different items, and so we can have multiple different things selected at once. Let me go ahead and get rid of these default checks just for now. Actually, I'll go ahead and leave it on that third one. We're doing essentially the same thing we were doing before, so I will update the labels that I have here. And let's say maybe we have a dietary restriction of kosher, let's say vegan, and maybe gluten-free. And I'll update the values as well. Remember, when I submit my form, whatever I put in the value, if the box is checked, will be what gets sent to my form data. So with this one, we'll say kosher, and in this case, I'm choosing a lowercase k here. I guess it just depends on what data you actually want showing up in your database. That's what you would put here as your value. We'll say vegan, and the other values down here, so that will be gluten-free. Okay, so far so good. Let's hit save. We have our gluten-free checkbox already checked because of the default checked. And let's see what happens when we submit our form. So up here, I'm going to grab, let's see, I'll just duplicate the employment status one. We'll change this to dietary restrictions. Let's see, did I use an S? Yes, dietary restrictions. And so that's what I'll do my form data.get with. And let's see what happens when I hit save and hit submit. Look at the console. Okay, so we did get gluten-free showing up as one of the checked items. What happens if I check another one? Let's say kosher. Submit. Interesting. I am only getting kosher. And actually, let me refresh this form to clear that out. We'll do both kosher and, actually, let's just do all three. Submit. And check it out. We are only getting one of our options showing up in the form data when we get it. This is something that I think is pretty unique to checkboxes, and there's a really easy way around it. The form data object that we're calling this .get method on, it also has a method called getAll with a capital A. By including that, if I hit save, we'll check all three of these and hit submit. Now we get an array with all of the values that we expect to be getting with a checkbox that can have multiple things checked at once. So when it comes to checkboxes, they're almost exactly the same as radio buttons. Each one has the same name property. Each one has a different value. We can use default checked to automatically check it when the form loads. However, if we want to get an array of all of the checked items, then we will need to use formdata.getAll instead of just .get. The fact that we have to do this a little differently will play a bit more of a significant role in a lesson that's coming up very shortly on how we can more concisely get all of the information from a form. But for now, hopefully what we've done here makes sense. As always, please feel free to play with the code that you see here, and when you're ready, we'll keep moving forward. There are a ton of different input types, and it's certainly outside the scope of this course to talk about every single one of them. However, I do want to cover the select and option elements just as one final hurrah here with forms. We'll talk quickly about submitting the forms, and then we'll kind of get off this little side trail that we've embarked on and get back to our project and the topics that more closely relate to this specific project. Let's say I want to add a dropdown where the user can choose their favorite color. We'll go ahead and start with a label like we usually do. This time I'll go back to having a label that's separate from my select elements. And here we'll say, what is your favorite color? Because my select is going to be a sibling element, let me just get that started. I'm going to give an HTML4 attribute to my label, and maybe we'll call it fav color, and I'll have to give this an ID of fav color. Okay, so a select will give me the box, but in order to have a drop-down list with different options in it, I need to use an option element. I'll go ahead and fill these out for every color in the Roy-G-Biff color spectrum. Okay, the main thing that's different here, besides the fact that we have a parent-child relationship with the different elements, just to enable the functionality of the select box. Let me go ahead and hit save. You won't be able to see this in the recording, but if you were to come click on this form and click the dropdown, you'll see a browser-implemented version of this dropdown box, which I'm sure you've seen a million times by now. A main thing that's different is in order to gather that information up in our function, I need to give a name attribute not to my options, but to my select. If we think about it, this makes sense because we need to gather the one chosen option, and the only place that we could give a name to that would make sense with that is the parent select box. Let's give this a name that is also fav color. However, in order for each one of these to have its own value, each one of the options needs to have a unique value. So I'll give each one of these a value property, and I'm just going to copy the color, and I guess I don't need this to be curly braces like this. We'll do a string, pass in the color, and then I'm going to be particular, I guess, and lowercase each of these values since I've been lowercasing my values before. Okay, awesome. We'll hit save. Let's go ahead and choose blue. We'll hit submit. And oh, you know what? I forgot to update this function. Let's not console log dietary restrictions. Now instead, let's get fav color is equal to form data.get fav color, and then we'll console log fav color. Okay, let's try it again. Hit save, go down to something like blue, hit submit, and sure enough, we're getting the value of blue with the lowercase b because that's what we set our value to for that option. Now we can see that it's defaulting to the first item in that list. If I want to change that, I can simply add to my select, let's see, that's right here, default value, and set it equal to one of the values down below, like indigo. Now if I hit refresh, we see indigo is the default value that shows up. You also might be familiar with select boxes where what it actually says is something like choose your favorite color or choose a color. We can achieve that same thing by creating a new option at the very top. We'll give it a value of an empty string, and we'll give it the text of something like choose a color. Okay, we're partly there, and oh, we're still showing indigo. Let's get rid of our default value here. Actually, I'm going to leave this as a default value of empty string, since technically our choose a color is the value of empty string. And so awesome, that now shows up. We actually wouldn't need this here, I don't believe, in order for it to show that, since it's the item in the top spot, but it doesn't hurt to leave it there. And lastly, assuming we don't want a user to be able to submit choose a color as their final answer here, we can add a property to the option that says that this is disabled. If I hit submit, now I'll hit save, and in my drop-down box, and you will probably have to click into this form to see this, but it says choose a color at the top, but it's grayed out. It's not an option that the user can select. We can still submit the form, though. We get a value of null, and so if I need this to be a required field, then I can simply, on my select, add a required property. We'll hit save, try to hit submit, and we get a browser implemented warning that you might not be able to see here in the recording, but it says please select an item in the list. So I'm forced to come down and select an item, and awesome. As I mentioned, we're straying a little bit from our main topic of learning React, but forms in React can be a little complex. Fortunately, as of React 19, now that we're able to use this form action, we can finally rely on forms to maintain their own state and to simply collect the data using the form data object that we get inside of the function that we pass to our form action. As you can imagine, if our form had, say, 40 or 50 fields, it could become a bit annoying to have to select the data for every single one of them. There is a quick shortcut that we can use to more concisely grab all of the data from the form. It's not a silver bullet. Sometimes you will need to select all of the individual items by themselves. Maybe, for example, if you had to do some kind of manual sanitization of your inputs, although in the end, you would probably want to use something that was a little more robust, like using the Zod library, but that's definitely a different discussion. So let's see one way that we can more concisely grab our data. Currently, we are going through every one of our inputs and grabbing the information from them one line at a time. And as I mentioned, there are times when this may be necessary, but if we had a form that was 40 or 50 or more different inputs, maybe first you would want to address why you have such a long form. But let's pretend the size of the form is outside of your control and you just need to simply grab all of the data. There's a utility that we can use built into JavaScript called object, capital O object, dot from entries. All I have to do here is pass in the entire form data object, and let's see what we get. If I console log the object, or the result from object.from entries, I kind of gave it away. We'll hit save, we'll submit our form. I'll have to choose a favorite color and submit, and we see that we get an object back. The object has all of the name values as properties in the object and the values in the form as the values to those properties in the object. If I'm trying to build up an object to then send to a database, it looks like I am most of the way there. However, if we look really closely, we'll notice, and you know what, I'm going to copy this object from the console since you can't see my arrow down there, and we'll just paste it down here. Okay, we can see with dietary restrictions, what we get back is just a string, gluten-free. And remember, sometimes with checkboxes, we want the user to be able to select multiples. However, if I do this and hit submit, and we look closely at the object that comes back, we still have the same structure. It just says gluten-free. Remember, with checkboxes, I had to use that formData.getAll in order to get the property from there, so I am unfortunately still going to have to do that. Let me go ahead and save most of the data. We'll just save it as the returned value from object.from entries. And separately, I'm going to get the dietary, let's call it dietary data. Actually, let me make this into a challenge. It looks like my old challenge text is up here anyway, so we'll just clean that up and give you a new challenge. I'm sorry that it's been so long since I've given you a challenge. Hopefully nobody got too complacent in the meantime. Since we are on a bit of a detour here, this is going to be a fairly straightforward challenge. I want you to see if you can remember how to grab an array of checked items from the dietary restrictions checkboxes. You should be able to then console log dietary data and get back an array instead of a single string. All right, get started on this challenge. I think it's more of a mini challenge at this point. All we have to do is say formData.getAll. GetAll is the key here. We'll give it the name of dietary restrictions. And let's go ahead and console log it just to make sure it's giving us what we want. You know what, I'm coming down here to change my default value to, let's say blue, just so I don't have to keep selecting that. All right, I'll select another one, vegan, hit submit, and awesome, we get our array of selected items from our checkboxes. Now that I have an array, I can combine the object that I got with data with the array that I got with dietary data at the key of dietary data, essentially overwriting what data.dietary restrictions used to be. So I can just say maybe const all data is equal to an object that takes all of the properties from data and then includes a property called dietary restrictions, and the value is going to be dietary data. I also could simplify this a little bit just by choosing to name this dietary restrictions instead, and then I can go like that. And I'll just get rid of this console log because it's referencing the wrong variable name. I guess before we assume it's all working out, we'll console log all data, hit save. Let's select all three of these, hit submit, look at what we got. And awesome, if we look closely, dietary restrictions is an array that has kosher, vegan, and gluten-free in it. Okay, let's finally be done talking about forms. Let's get back to the main project that we're working on and start diving deeper into a topic that we did briefly see before, but now we'll actually take the time to understand it, and that is conditional rendering.
Beautiful.
Over the next few lessons, we are going to be doing sort of a mini series on this topic called conditional rendering. And although it's going to span a few different lessons, mostly we'll just be talking about what it is and how we do it, seeing multiple different ways that you can accomplish conditional rendering depending on your use case and your needs. Fortunately, understanding conditional rendering is not that difficult. In our Chef Claude app, the user is first presented with a simple input and a button. And only after the user adds some ingredients to the list will they first be presented with this ingredients on hand header with the unordered list below it, as it wouldn't be as intuitive to have just an empty unordered list and this ingredients on hand with nothing after it, unless something is added to the list. Also, after some ingredients are added, we can actually set this up to be after a certain number of ingredients if we want. We then will present the user with this section down below that says to get a recipe. Again, it wouldn't really make sense to show this on the screen unless there were some ingredients on hand. And lastly, we have an entire recipe that we need to display, but we will only have that recipe after the user clicks get a recipe and makes that round trip call to the Anthropic API. So everything in the suggested recipe and the recipe itself, that all needs to be, I guess you could say, hidden or not rendered to the page unless we actually have a recipe to display. So this is where conditional rendering comes into play. As you can kind of intuit from the name, it means that we render parts of our page based on a condition. If that condition evaluates to true, then React will render that portion of the page. If it's false, it simply won't be rendered. And as a reminder, when I say it won't be rendered, I mean it won't even be added to the document. You could search for it in the DevTools, but it wouldn't be there at all. I guess you also can set up conditional rendering so that it hides elements that actually are on the page. But for the most part, we're just not going to render it to the page at all if those conditions aren't met. So let's dive into this topic of conditional rendering, and then we're going to come back to the Chef Claude app and apply what we've learned. Here we're back in the Jokes app that we created in the last section, and I wanted to give us a challenge so that we could make it where the user could click a button and clicking the button would display the punchline. To get us started, I have a quick challenge for you. I want you to create a state that's labeled as is shown, and it will be a Boolean type that defaults to false. And then I want you to add a button underneath the punchline for each one of the jokes that, when clicked, will toggle the value of is shown back and forth. We're not going to worry at this point on any conditional rendering, so just so we can more easily tell that this is working, I'm going to console log is shown, but I won't hit save because it'll break your app. Okay, your turn. Get started on this challenge. We're going to use useState from React, so I'll make sure I import React from React. Again, a very common way that you'll see this done is simply to import useState from React. Just while we're learning, I'll keep it as import React from React so we can tell that this is state from the React library. I'll create my new destructured array. We'll say isShown and set isShown is equal to react.useState, and we'll create an initial value of false. While I'm still up here, I can probably clean this out. We'll create a function, and maybe we'll just call it toggle shown. This isn't strictly necessary. I could do an inline function on my button. Actually, you know what? Let's do that first. So I'll create my button. We'll have it say something like show punchline. I'll add an onClick to it. This onClick is going to be a function, and this function's job is going to be to call set isShown. We do care about the previous value of state so that we can flip it from whatever it used to be to the new value. So I'm going to say previous shown, and this is going to be an arrow function. We'll say previous shown and then return the opposite of previous shown. Now we can see this is why I like to do my functions elsewhere. This looks a little too crazy for me. So I'll go ahead, create a function, toggle shown. We'll take the code right here, paste it in, and we no longer need this anonymous inline function. Instead, we'll just call toggle shown. Now notice at this point, nothing relies on isShown in order to be displayed. And so that's why I have this console log here, just so I can see that it's working. We see that it's false, but let's open the console and we'll see something really interesting. We actually see false 5 times. I'm actually going to insert a pause here and give you a chance to think, why is it that we're seeing false 5 times? Well, if we go to our app.jsx, we can see that we're mapping over some data, and for every item in this array, we're displaying a joke component, or rendering a joke component means that we're calling this joke function. If we go to our jokes data, which we're mapping over, we can see that we have an array with 5 items in it. So this joke component, even though from our app.jsx it kind of looks like we just have one of them, the fact that we have an array means that however many jokes we have in this array is how many times this function will get called, which means inside of our joke function, this console log is going to get called 1 time for every instance of our joke component. I'm guessing that was probably clear for most of you, but I just think it's good to reiterate stuff like that. Okay, let me hit show punchline, and we only get 1 new entry in our console, and we can see that it was set to true. Perfect. Okay, for this next challenge, I'm actually going to do this a little bit backwards. Let me start by typing out the challenge. Now, your challenge is to make it so that this paragraph only gets shown if the value for isShown is set to true. The reason I say this is backwards is because we haven't officially learned how to do this. But when we were just finishing up with this app in the last section, I left in this little snippet of code here that shows you exactly how to do it. We're going to talk about why this works in the next lesson, but for now you have a perfect template to help you complete this challenge. Oh, and let me just make sure this is clear. This is the challenge. So go ahead and give this your best shot, and then we'll talk through it. Well, in this previous example, we had been talking about jokes that may not have a setup, but were just kind of a one-liner joke that was more of just a punchline. And inside of our jokes data, we included a joke that didn't have a setup property. And so what we did is we surrounded our JSX in a set of curly braces, and we included first a condition, this double ampersand, and then the thing that we wanted to render if this condition had a truthy value. So we can do this exact same thing. Let's surround our JSX with a set of curly braces. That will allow us to evaluate some JavaScript, and I can start by saying if is shown is equal to true, then, or and this paragraph. Again, we're going to talk about why this double ampersand works in this case, but first let's go ahead and hit save. I'll click show punchline. We can see that the punchlines are missing now. I'll click show punchline on this one, and awesome, the punchline shows up. Now, many of you are probably thinking I can simplify this. Is shown is already a Boolean, so I don't need to compare it to the value of true. If is shown is true, we get exactly what we need here. And just to show that's working, maybe this time I'll hit the punchline on the second joke. And because this state is being saved inside of the joke component, each one gets to maintain its own state. We're actually going to be diving deep into that idea a little bit later, but for now, it simply means that I can click show punchline on just this one joke, and it's the only one that will show the punchline. Not only that, but I can actually click the button again and it will hide the punchline. We're going to address that user experience in just a minute. So this lesson has gotten a little bit long already, but before throwing you into a challenge, I want to talk more about why this works. We're more familiar with the double ampersand being a way for us to compare one value with another when we're doing something like an if-else-if statement, as opposed to, in this case, where we're using it for conditional rendering. So why exactly does this work? That's what we'll be touching on next. We're pretty familiar with using the double ampersand when we have something like an if statement. I don't know, let's just say true, and if we do a console log here, everything was true. We often think of this ampersand as a way to check the truthiness of the thing on its left and the truthiness of the thing on its right. If both of them evaluate to true or a truthy value, then this if statement will run. However, that's not entirely true, even though this condition would suggest otherwise. What's really happening here is a left to right evaluation. Inside of our if statement, the computer will first evaluate the truthiness of the left-hand argument. Of course, the Boolean value true is truthy, so then it sees there's a double ampersand. And because the item on the left was true, it's going to continue evaluating through the next expression. If this one also is truthy, then we know the whole thing will evaluate to a single true value, and the if condition will run. This jives with our understanding. If we were to change the second one to false like this, we can think of it as a left to right operation. Okay, that's truthy. And, well, that tells the computer that means that the item on the right-hand side also needs to be truthy. Then it reads false, and it says, oh, nope, this whole thing will evaluate to false. And the console log will not run. So I guess this would have to say everything was not true. So does it jive with our understanding if instead we were to change this first one to false? If we go from left to right, we might think, well, this is false. We then get the double ampersand. It notices that this is true, but because both items on the left and right were not truthy values, it evaluates the whole thing as false. However, we can see that this isn't precisely what's happening. Let me go ahead and change this true. This is not something that you'll see very often, but we'll change it to an operation that we can know if it ran or not. Let's say this code is running. I'm actually just going to comment out this console log so it doesn't become confusing. Let me change this to true. We'll hit save. We can see that in the console, we do get this code is running. Okay, well, what happens if I change this to false? I'll hit save, and the console log did not run at all. What's really happening is that left to right operation. It notices that this is false. It sees that this is a double ampersand, but because the first condition already evaluated to false, it kind of short circuits the rest of this line, and it doesn't need to even evaluate this because it knows that it's going to evaluate to false or some kind of falsy value. So in JavaScript, this console log won't run at all. Of course, if we were to reverse this, we put the console log first and then say and false, we will get the console log running because it's the first thing that it evaluates. It runs the console log function. It sees it's a double ampersand and it says, well, this was not a falsy value, so I'm going to continue evaluating, and then it gets false. It returns this falsy value to the if statement here, and it becomes false. So this property of the double ampersand short-circuiting the rest of this line is exactly what we're taking advantage of when we're using conditional rendering in the way that we're doing here. The double ampersand can be a quick way to either display something or not display something. If isShown is falsy, then this expression will just return a falsy value. And in our case, because isShown is a Boolean, React will interpret this as meaning nothing should be rendered in this spot. However, if isShown is truthy, then the double ampersand says just return whatever's on the right side here. If this is falsy, then the whole thing will evaluate to false and nothing will get displayed. But as we know, since we wrote this code, we're not returning anything falsy. We're following up our double ampersand with what we want to get displayed. So that was kind of a long-winded way to talk about this, but hopefully that helps make some sense of why the double ampersand works in this case. And as I mentioned, it can be a good way to either conditionally render something or not render it at all. In a little bit, we're going to quickly touch on a shortcoming of using this method for conditionally rendering, but before then, I want to get your hands more on the keyboard and have some practice. So that's what we'll do in the next lesson. This is a pretty straightforward challenge. Your task is to only display this H1 if there are unread messages in state. Right now we have 2 items hard-coded in here. We're not actually displaying the text of these messages anywhere, so it doesn't matter what it is. As long as there are items in that array, it should display this H1. And if there are no items in the array, then for now we're just going to have it be a blank page. This H1 won't be rendered at all. Let me put those back in there, and I think that's everything you need to know. So go ahead and get started on this challenge.
Eh, bonjour. Mais tu devais faire un live aujourd'hui. Et je n'avais pas fini. Bon, là, ça m'étonne pas. Là, je peux récupérer. Ok, j'ai pas vu ça. Oh, vachement les clés. Ok. Tu vas toujours travailler sur ton
In this
application.
case, unread messages is not a Boolean value. And even an empty array is a truthy value. So we couldn't simply wrap this h1 in curly braces and say if
Oh,
unread
c'est cool ça.
messages and display the h1, because let's go ahead and hit save. We do have the h1 showing up, but even if it's an empty array, we still have the
Mais
h1 showing up.
c'est pas encore
It's best to
fini.
be really explicit with what exactly we're looking for. In this case, because it's an array, we need to know if the length is greater than 0. So if the length is greater than 0, it will display this message. Let's actually get rid of this blank space here, and we'll say unread messages.length. And this is wrapping a little bit, so let me go ahead and put these on their own lines like this. Hit save, and awesome. We have 2 unread messages, and then of course if we added to this array, it would update that number. So we've seen how using this sort of short-circuited way of using the AND operator gives us a chance to determine whether something should or shouldn't be rendered at all. However, it does turn out there are some limitations to this. And to highlight those limitations, I'm going to give you another challenge. I'm fabricating this scenario a little bit here just to prove a point, but for this challenge, if there are 0 unread messages, I want you to display a paragraph, not an H1, but a paragraph that simply says something like, you have no unread messages. In this case, I do want you to use the AND operator just like we did above, and you'll just do it right here below the previous one that we did. And as it says, the logic is going to be the opposite of what we have for the H1, so that if there are unread messages, it will display this H1, and if there are not unread messages, it will instead display the paragraph that you're about to create. For anyone who's already familiar with conditional rendering in React, I know this is a silly exercise. I'm building up to another way that we can do conditional rendering. Okay, take it away.
Bon, là, j'utilise Scrimba. Moi, ça, c'est. Je sais pas si je peux ajouter quoi que ce soit sur les trucs-ci. C'est pas. Ça, c'est Scrimba que j'utilise. C'est pas un éditeur de texte, quelque chose comme ça. Ah, j'ai jamais essayé. Mais je pense, à Skip, je pense pas qu'on peut le faire. Mais pour moi, la taille, c'est correct. Je sais pas si. Tu peux juste changer le font size ici en bas, dépendamment de ce que tu veux. Bon, c'est maintenant, je viens de voir ça. Donc, c'est un peu ça. Tu vois si tu changes. Mais pour moi, la taille qui était là, c'était combien? Je sais même plus. Non, c'est la plateforme Scrimba. Je n'ai pas vu ça. Oh, oh moi, je suis jeune, là, j'ai vu. C'est vrai que j'avais jamais peut-être assez à ça. Mais tu peux essayer, je pense que ça va fonctionner.
I can just copy the logic here down below, and in this case I'm going to say if the unread message count is equal to 0, then I want to display a paragraph that, and I'll just copy the text here. Okay, we'll hit save. We have 2 unread messages. If I get rid of those in state, okay, a paragraph, you have no unread messages. Perfect. Okay, well, what we've done here is highlighted an issue where we essentially have an if-else statement. If unread messages.length is greater than 0, then we display this h1, but the only other option is if the length is equal to 0. Because it's an array, we can't have negative length in it. However, it's a little bit verbose what we're doing here. We are repeating ourselves for this unread messages.length check, and in this case, we're only ever displaying one item or the other. So as you can probably tell that I'm driving towards a point that in this case, when we're trying to decide between displaying one thing or another thing, the logical AND operator is not going to be our best choice. Not only that, but let me actually clear up this challenge and clear up this that we just did. But it can be really tempting to see something like unread messages.length and try
Ouais,
to
d'accord.
infer a
Mais,
truthiness out of it. In JavaScript, the value 0 is considered a falsy value. And so it's tempting to say that if unread messages.length is a truthy value, then I want you to display this h1. And we might pat ourselves on the back and think that we're doing a great job here. You know, we might hit save, see that it looks like it's working, and ship it. However, let's see what happens if I empty my array and hit save again. We simply get the number 0 displayed. When this evaluates to the number 0, React will choose to display that 0 instead of just considering it a falsy value and not displaying anything. So unless we're very sure that we're being explicit in our condition and ensuring that that expression will evaluate to a real Boolean value and not just a truthy or a falsy value, there's potential for bugs to show up in our code, like having a random 0 floating somewhere on our page. Kind of in summary, the AND operator can be a good way to quickly either display something or not display it. If you use it, make sure that your expression will always evaluate to a real Boolean. Otherwise, there's another option that we can use to conditionally render things in React, and that's what we're going to be talking about next. We have kind of a funny UI bug right now where if we click show punchline, it does show the punchline, but the button still says show punchline. Furthermore, clicking show punchline again actually hides the punchline. So knowing what you know now and what we've learned with the AND operator to do conditional rendering, I'm going to put in a pause here and I want you to think about how you might change the button to say hide punchline instead of show punchline. Of course, only at the appropriate time when things are already shown. I'm not going to type this down as a challenge because I'm not necessarily expecting you to write the code for it, although you're more than welcome to go above and beyond and do so. So see if you're able to figure out a way that you could change the button to say hide punchline if the punchline is already shown. One way we could go about this is duplicating this button, having one that says show punchline and one that says hide punchline. we then would have to conditionally render one button or the other button based on the isShown property. So I would say if isShown is true and, well, actually, let's see. If isShown, we want this to say if not isShown. So if it's equal to false, then we want to say show punchline. And if isShown is true, then we want to display hide punchline. And we should see that this will work. It says show. Show punchline, we click it, and now it says hide punchline. If you think about it, when the state changes, React is actually removing the old button and putting a new button element in its place. But we can already tell by the duplicated code that we can probably do this in a better way. And the better way that we can do that is by using a ternary. In this case, I wouldn't even have to duplicate my button, so I can just get rid of this, and the only thing that's really changing about this button is that first word. So let me back this off. I'm going to get rid of everything that we just added, and instead of saying show punchline, I'll go ahead and determine what this word should be in JavaScript. So I'll put a set of curly braces to jump into JavaScript, and I can use a ternary to say if isShown is true, then I want this to display the following string. Let's see, if it's true, then I want it to say hide, but otherwise I want it to say show. Let's hit save, and we'll click show punchline, and awesome, it now says hide punchline. Not only that, but because we are only changing the text of our button and not actually swapping out the entire button element itself, after clicking it, we still have tab focus on that button. So I could hit spacebar, and it would toggle that button back and forth to hide and show the punchline for that one specific joke. So that's kind of an extra benefit because we're not swapping out the entire button element, but just changing the word on the button. So now that we know about the ternary, there is one last thing that I want to talk about, and that is that there is a little bit of pushback in the React community to using the AND operator at all. Because of that little bug that we saw before, where if your expression evaluates to a 0, it actually would display a 0 on your page. Bugs like that can be completely gotten rid of if we simply choose to use a ternary instead. So instead of an AND operator, I'll use a question mark. And as an alternative, in my else, basically the second part of my ternary, or I guess the third part, the first part's the expression, second part is the truthy value that gets returned. In this third part, we'll say null. It's a little bit of extra typing, but it is kind of a prevailing thought in React these days to do this just to avoid any potential of having that 0 show up on the page, or just generally having your expression maybe not evaluate to what you think it's going to evaluate to. So there are some who would say just don't use the double ampersand at all and just always use a ternary with null as your alternative option. And we'll see that this is working exactly as we would expect. We're currently showing or hiding the punchline correctly. The button says hide punchline and show punchline. I think what I'll probably do is just leave this example with the double ampersand, and I'll leave this one with the ternary just so you see the alternative. And between these two options, with the and operator and the ternary, I would say probably 90-95% of your conditional rendering needs will be met with that. If you do have something a bit more complex, like if based on whatever value you have, you might display more than 3 or 4 things, in that case, it might be better just to put your logic up here inside of your component to determine either what element should get displayed or what the text should be that gets displayed. Do all of that logic work outside of your return, above your return, I should say. Save it in some kind of variable and then just display that variable down below. Because we're just dealing in JavaScript here, you also could do something like create a function that takes a parameter and determines what the output should be, and then inside of your JavaScript expression down here, you could simply call that function, and that function would be in charge of returning the JSX, or in this case, just the string that should get displayed. There's a million ways to do it, and it's kind of hard to go over every single one of them because, well, there's always a lot of ways to solve the same problem. Everything that we've covered here so far is going to be plenty for us to get back to our Chef Claude app. However, before we jump back into Chef Claude, I do want us to get some hands on the keyboard here and practice conditional rendering. We'll also have a quick conditional rendering quiz. So stretch out those finger muscles or do whatever you need to do to be ready to complete the challenge. Okay, let's give this one a shot. Your challenge is to display the correct kind of text inside this H1. If there are no unread messages, so if this is an empty array, it should display you're all caught up. If there's exactly one unread message in it, then it should display you have one unread message, and message will be singular. You don't have to display the singular word there. Actually, let me put the quote on the other side there. And if there's more than one unread messages, then you want to display you have, and then the number of unread messages, but the word messages should be plural. There's definitely more than one way to solve this problem, so give it your best shot. Don't be too concerned if the way that I do it is going to be different than yours. Just see if you can get it to work. So I'll pass it over to you to work on this challenge. One way I could choose to go about this is to decide which H1 I'm going to display, one of these three, based on the conditions that it has. I also could potentially choose to do a ternary, but because I have three different options here, it would likely have to be a nested ternary, which I personally kind of despise nested ternaries. I think there's always a better way to do things. In the last lesson, I briefly mentioned at the end that one thing you could do is to set a variable for what text gets displayed and then run your logic here above your return in order to determine what that text should be. If you chose to conditionally render your H1s using an AND operator or some kind of ternary, that is 100% okay. But just for the sake of seeing it a different way, I'm going to go ahead and create a new variable. I'll set it as a let variable so that I can change it. And maybe let's have this say, we'll just say text. And I'll just leave it undefined for now. Then I can just use a regular if block to say if messages.length is equal to 0, then I'll go ahead and set text equal to this message that says you're all caught up. Else if my messages.length is exactly equal to 1, we'll set text equal to this message instead, and that needs to be a string and not have this formatting here. And otherwise, we are certain that it will be greater than 1, so we will just copy this down here. We'll change this to messages, and I'll use messages.length inside of my text, which means I need to use a template string. So I'll go ahead and put that interpolation there and change this to a template string. And the word messages is plural. Okay, so by the end of running through this logic, text is going to be exactly the text that I want. So I'll put a set of curly braces and just say text. Let's clean up the challenge, hit save, and we get an error, and that's because I'm checking message.length, not messages.length. Okay, cool. You have 2 unread messages. Let's lower this down to 1. 1 unread message. Perfect. And if we make it an empty array, you're all caught up. If this logic were to get much more complex than this, I might put this inside of a function and say something like determine text. We can simply put all of this inside, and then we'd want to make sure we returned the text. And actually, by doing that, I don't need to save a separate variable, so I could simply say return this string. We could just do that in each of those cases. And then all I would have to do is call determine text with my set of parentheses there to immediately execute it upon this getting rendered. Let's just see if that's working. So, okay, we get you're all caught up. If I add a single item back in here, then I get you have 1 unread message and a second one, 2 unread messages. Perfect. Again, I actually didn't expect anybody to do it this way. If you did, bravo, in kind of thinking outside the box. I just wanted to show that there's a lot of different ways to handle this, and now that you understand the concept of conditional rendering, simply using JavaScript to determine what should get displayed to the screen, or if something should get displayed to the screen at all, the whole world of possibilities is going to open to you in how you actually accomplish that task. Just to shift gears a little bit, I do want to give a quick quiz about conditional rendering so that we can start thinking less in terms of the code and more in terms of the high-level concept. And then, as I promised, we'll get back to our Chef Claude app and apply what we've learned. Before moving on, let's do a quick quiz about conditional rendering. Just like before, I'm going to put in a pause here. I want you to actually click in and type down your answers. It's a great way to think outside of the specific syntax that we've been working with. So go ahead and answer these questions, and then we'll go through them together. Okay, number 1, what is conditional rendering? In a highly dynamic web application, we often have changing data or changing local state, and we may choose to display something different or not display something at all depending on that state. So one way we might answer this is that conditional rendering is when we want to only sometimes display something on the page based on some kind of condition. Okay, we also talked about 2 of probably the main ways that you'll see conditional rendering being used. One is by using the AND operator. So when would we want to use that? Well, it's ideal for either displaying something or displaying nothing at all. So it's good for when you want to either yes, display something, or not display something. When it comes to either displaying option A or instead displaying option B, that's when number 3, a ternary is best used. So we can say it's good for when you need to decide which of 2 things to display. And yes, you can use nested ternaries to determine any number of things that you might want to display, but personally, that's where number 4 comes in. What if you need to decide between greater than 2 options on what to display, in which case the world kind of opens up to you. You could use an if, else conditional, and of course in that case you can have as many else ifs as you need. Or you might decide to use something like a switch statement. Or kind of implicit in this answer is basically any other way you might want to do it. Okay, great job on this quiz. Let's finally get back to Chef Claude and apply the conditional rendering that we've learned. All right, that was a long sidetrack on learning conditional rendering, but as I mentioned, it's something you're going to be doing quite a bit, and we're going to apply it right now. In our Chef Claude app, we have the input, and when we add ingredients, let's just say testing, it displays the list of ingredients. It seems like it's conditional rendering, but what's really happening is we have this unordered list that is always being rendered to the page, and it simply has no list items inside of it, which is why it looks like nothing's there. But what I'm going to do is paste in a more finished version of this that includes this ingredients on hand, the list of ingredients like we already have, and then this little call to action at the bottom that says ready for a recipe. So let me go ahead and paste in some pre-written code. We'll walk through it so that it's not too jarring, and we'll see that we are in dire need of some conditional rendering. All right, I replaced our simple unordered list with this new section, and let's take a second to walk through it. I know sometimes if someone just throws a bunch of code up here, it can be a little bit jarring, and I don't want to lose anybody here. First of all, I am going to make this a little bit bigger, just so we can maybe separate those words a little bit. So what we've added into the section first is a little H2 that announces the below list is going to be the ingredients we have on hand. Of course, it's a little bit weird because it's just a colon and then there's nothing after it. We do have our unordered list currently being rendered to the page, but because our ingredients list items is an empty array, nothing is displaying. And then we just have this little call to action that says, are you ready for a recipe? Generate a recipe from the list of
Non, mais
ingredients.
c'est pour le
And it's got
follow.
this get a recipe button. There's no on click on it yet. We're going to get to that in a little bit. But clearly what we have here is not a great user experience. It's really cluttering up the page with irrelevant information
Salut.
at the current starting point with having no ingredients in our list. Oh, and I almost forgot. I do have in the CSS some associated class names and styles, which is why it looks like it's styled already. Okay, let's apply what we've learned with conditional rendering and make it so that ingredients on hand and this ready for a recipe section don't show up unless there are items in our ingredients list. I'll type this out as a challenge. Just to buy some room, I'm actually going to minimize this for now. If we want, we can bring it back up or even make it really large so that we get a little bit better spacing. For now, again, I'm just going to minimize it. Okay, your challenge is using conditional rendering. I want you to only render this entire section if there are ingredients added to the list of ingredients. Assuming you went through the conditional rendering sections that we just finished and were able to do the challenges, this should be a pretty straightforward challenge for you. There's always more than one way to get things done, especially in React. So as long as when you first load the app, this whole section doesn't appear, and when you add an ingredient it does appear, then you should be golden. Of course, when you do that, the ingredients on hand should have one item in the unordered list. All right, your time to shine. You have done an amazing job so far in this course. The fun allowed us to lies in there's no user-driven changes to the data behind the scenes. Some really common examples that come to mind of this are
Non,
blogs.
j'ai
There's
quand même un peu
recipe kinds of apps
d'expérience.
to rating if you were a list of ingredients that you have on hand, and at the click of a button, send that list of ingredients off to an AI API to generate a recipe. All right, that
Non, ça va pas donner. Regarde. Là, ça met. Si c'est zéro. Bon, là, j'ai un truc. Bon, si j'ai zéro, ça met zéro. Il a mentionné sur le coup, sur ça, je mets Gretadan. Parce que si je mets pas, ça va afficher zéro sur ma liste. Il a bien mentionné ça sur le coup, sur ça, je fais ça comme ça. Salut. Bon, je peux utiliser ce que je comprends. C'est sur ça, je mets Gretadan.
We can know if we have ingredients in our lists if the ingredients array that's being held in state has a length that is greater than 0. And so I will surround my entire section here in a set of curly braces, and I can set up a condition that says if ingredients.length is greater than 0, then I want to display the section. We learned two main ways that we can do this. I think I'm just going to use the double ampersand, and let's see if that's working first. Okay, well, that section is gone, so that's good. Let's hope it comes back. We'll add oregano to our list, and perfect, we get it showing up on the page. As I mentioned, you'll want to be careful when you're dealing with the double ampersand. If you have a habit of not being quite as explicit as using the greater than 0 so that this will actually turn into a Boolean, and you're relying on the fact that ingredients.length of 0 is a falsy value and might short circuit the rest of this, you're probably going to be disappointed. We can see if I hit refresh, I get a 0 actually showing up on the page. So you can either make sure that you're always very explicit and this is evaluating to an actual Boolean, or you can use a ternary if you want to be extra cautious. So you can say if ingredients.length is greater than 0, then display this, but otherwise display null, and we'll see that this is working as well. I can add oregano, that shows up, but if I were to rely a little more heavily on the fact that ingredients.length of 0 is falsy, then I wouldn't actually render a 0. Instead, I would get the expected behavior, and I can add oregano and then get the rest showing up on the page. They're just different schools of thoughts. You can choose whichever one you want. I think I'll go ahead and stick with the double ampersand and simply remember to put my greater than 0 in here. We'll just make sure that's working again. Perfect. Just to really drill this in, we are going to do another challenge, but we will do it in the next scrim. Towards the very end of this project, we are going to be sending this list of ingredients to a real AI API so that it can determine a recipe that we could make given the ingredients that we pass to it. However, if we just have a single ingredient, the chef might not really know what we're supposed to do with that. It also would probably generate a recipe that has a bunch of ingredients we don't have, which might still happen anyway, but try to imagine telling a chef to make something and the only ingredient you have on hand is oregano. However, currently we're prompting our user if they're ready for a recipe by having a single ingredient on there. So maybe for the sake of our user's ultimate culinary experience, let's update our app so that the get recipe container div, which is this one right here, will only get displayed if our ingredients list has at least 4 items in it, because fewer than that and we might just not get very good results. Again, this is super similar to the last one, but I think it does help illustrate a little point that we'll see in just a second. Okay, go ahead and get started on this challenge.
Et c'est comme ça que ça commence.
We're doing essentially the same thing that we were doing before. We're just going to surround this div in a set of curly braces and put a condition. And that condition is the same as the last one. Well, almost the same. We're looking at ingredients.length, but we want it to be greater than 3 this time. And I'll put my little short circuit and operator there. Let's clean up the challenge text and hit save and give this a try. I'll just add in some oregano, maybe chicken, some jalapenos, and maybe we have some cream of mushroom soup. Awesome. Okay, with the 4th ingredient added, we now have this ready for a recipe thing showing up down at the bottom, and that experience seems a lot more reasonable to me. All right, well, we do still have additional parts of our site that we need to render, including this entire suggested recipe section. So what we'll do is put a bit of a placeholder in its place for now before we start integrating any kind of AI, and later we can replace it with the real thing. So let's jump right in and tackle that next challenge. As you know, once the user has input a few ingredients, they're going to click this Get a Recipe button. That will send an API call out to the Anthropic Claude API, or as we'll see, there's other options as well, and return a recipe that we can display down below. We're not quite ready to reach out to the API, but I do see a chance for us to make some progress in our Chef Claude app that will give us a chance to practice both the creation of state, which honestly it's been a minute since we've done in this course, and some conditional rendering, which you're probably pretty sick of doing by now. So I'm going to give you this multi-part challenge that will kind of be a placeholder for now, and then we'll be refactoring this and building upon it as we make this app a little bit closer to its final form. The first part of your challenge is to simply create some Boolean state. You can call it recipe shown, and it's just going to represent whether or not we've gotten the recipe back from our AI chef. To start it out, you'll default the value to false. Then I want you to go over to recipecode.md, this file here, and you're just going to Command or Control A and Command or Control C to copy the entire contents here. What I've done is taken the response that I've gotten back from an AI when I was testing this out, and I've wrapped it in all of this HTML, or I guess JSX code. So you're going to grab everything here, head back to main.jsx, and down below you're going to paste it in place of this comment right here. If you hit save at that point, it's going to display it on the mini browser, but the next part of your task is to make it so that when the user clicks the Get a Recipe button, it will flip the recipe shown state from false to true, and you'll use conditional rendering to only display that entire recipe code content if recipe shown is true. A couple things. First of all, yes, this is just a placeholder. In the future, we will not be using recipe shown to determine if the content should be displayed or not. Instead, we're going to save the response from the AI in our state, and if that response is not null, then it'll do the same thing. It'll display the recipe content section. Secondly, and this is more administrative, you'll notice that I just hard-coded a few options in here so we didn't have to add 4 different ingredients every time we wanted to click Get a Recipe. Okay, I think you should be all set up to get working on this challenge. It's a little bit longer, it has a few more steps than normal, but I know that everything here should be something that you're capable of doing. So I'll pass it over to you to work on the challenge. All right, first let's create our Boolean state. So I'll do that here. We're going to create recipe shown and use set recipe shown as the state setter function, and that's going to be coming from react.useState. It's just a Boolean and we're defaulting it to false. I'm going to kind of clean these up as I go just to buy a little bit of room. Okay, now we need to go grab the markup in recipecode.md. I'm just going to grab and copy everything. Come back to main.jsx, and it's going to look a little bit bloated, but we'll just stuff it all here inside of this file. And I think I'll do a quick format here. Yeah, there we go. For anybody who is feeling pretty concerned that this file is getting pretty long and trying to attend to a few different needs for our app, you have a very good point, and we are going to be addressing that very soon. But for now, we're just going to have to live with the clutter a little bit. Okay, so that was step 2, copy and paste, pretty straightforward. All right, when the user clicks the Get a Recipe button, I want to flip the recipe shown state to true. I'll go ahead and create a new function. We'll say toggle recipe shown. This will call set recipe shown. It will look at the previous value of shown and flip it to its opposite. We could have also done this as an inline function. It's pretty straightforward, but I kind of prefer this way personally. And now let's come down to our Get a Recipe button and add an on-click handler to toggle recipe shown. Okay, that should be everything from 3, and then we are doing some conditional rendering. So we will surround our entire Chef Claude recommends portion. Let's see, that goes all the way to this section. We'll surround it in a set of curly braces, and we'll say if recipe shown is true, then display this section. All right, let's clean this up, hit save, cross our fingers and hope for the best. We've already got our ingredients there because they're hard-coded in. Let's click Get a Recipe, and look at that. We can scroll down and see the recipe that Chef Claude recommended for us, or at least the one we're pretending it recommended for us. Well, that's not entirely fair. This actually came from the AI. It just didn't do it right now. Awesome. This user experience is actually turning out pretty great. However, I'd say there are 3 main issues that we have yet to solve, and this is going to set us up for what we're about to learn for the rest of this section. The first one is kind of a developer experience issue that we're experiencing here, and that is what we just talked about. This file has gotten quite long. I mean, in the end, it's only 81 lines of code. That's not actually that bad. I've seen much, much longer React components than this, but it does kind of feel like we're dealing with a few different things. First of all, this whole recipe shown section, it could probably be its own component. And the same goes for the ingredients. Maybe not. I could see an argument for keeping it here, but for the sake of practice, we're going to move this into its own component. I guess we theoretically could do the same thing with our form. I imagine I'm probably just going to keep this the way it is, but we have some cleanup to do so that our code is a little bit easier to reason about. In doing so, we also have some topics to learn that are regarding where state should live in our React component hierarchy, how we can pass state down to the components and still have them be able to change the parent state, and just generally understanding what all that means in the first place. Another maybe more user-centric issue that we're facing is if I'm scrolled to the top here, let's go ahead and hit refresh. I can't scroll down because my recipe section isn't displaying currently. If I click Get a Recipe, well, I don't have a lot of visual indication that the recipe is ready other than suddenly there's a scroll bar. And so if I start scrolling, then I realize, oh, it actually did respond with the recipe. So that user experience could be improved by having the app simply scroll down for us to let the user know that the recipe is ready for them. We also eventually will want to add some kind of loading state. Currently, clicking Get a Recipe just immediately displays everything here, but when we're dealing with the API, it's going to take some time for that response to come back, and we want to give the user some visual indication that it is trying to work in the background. And lastly, I guess this is both a developer and a user experience. Well, we want to get the recipe from the real AI API, not just from this hard-coded thing that we currently have. So we've made great progress. Awesome job on the challenges that you've had so far. I hope that you're still keeping up with them. And remember, if you run into any issues at all, learning to code should not be a lonely task. You should be reaching out to the super active Scrimba Discord server and asking your questions there, getting help from people. It is totally worldwide, so at any time of day or night, there is always someone awake and active on the Scrimba Discord server. Feel free to play around with the code that you've written here, and when you're ready to dive in, we will first start tackling how we can improve the developer experience by offloading some of this code to separate components. Here we are back at our very simple counter app. I even removed the text that was saying how many times would Bob say the word state in this section. And that's because I just want to focus on the core elements that we need. Now, I'll be the first to admit this challenge is pretty contrived. Essentially, the task is to take this h2 and put it inside of its own component, and then pass our count value through props to that component so that by the time you're done, everything should work exactly the way that it is currently working. Read through the specific directions here that should give some hints as to what you need to do. And I guess before we start, I'll just promise you that this isn't just meant to be busy work. It's actually less about getting repetition and practice in this time and more about building to a point. So go ahead and get started on this challenge.
Ouais, tu as lancé ton live. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Tu as résolu un bug. C'est toi qui a commencé. Tu dois finir. Même si c'est complexe, tu dois finir. C'est pas de là-bas. Oui, mais si tu rajoutes, imaginons le client te demande un truc, tu rajoutes, qu'est-ce que tu dois faire? Mais tu vas mettre, même si c'est compliqué, tu dois le faire. C'est ça ou rien. C'est ça ou rien. C'est pas un projet pour le client. Ouais, c'est pas un projet pour le client, mais c'est toi qui as compliqué la tâche. Tu as compliqué ta tâche en faisant trop de trucs complexes. Mais ce qui est bien, c'est que ça t'a permis d'apprendre. Mais là, c'est pour, comment dire, là, c'est, comment je vais dire le thème? C'est pour t'améliorer. Tu dois booster tes compétences. Tu
I
dois pas
think I
seulement,
tend to like working backwards on stuff like this. So I'm going to cut
tu
out
dois
the
booster tes
h2 and
compétences.
render this fictional count
Ok. Et
component.
c'est
And
ça que je t'ai
we will
dit.
go ahead and
C'est
pass
ça que
it
je
a
t'ai dit.
number prop.
Vu que tu as déjà commencé là, c'est déjà correct. Vu que tu connais le back-end, c'est d'accord, c'est déjà correct. Donc, trop complexe, c'est bien si ça va te rapporter l'argent, en fait, dis aussi ça. Si ça va te rapporter quelque chose, trop complexe, oui. Mais si ça va pas te rapporter quelque chose, au moins ça va te rapporter l'apprentissage. Trop complexe, c'est toujours bien. Maintenant, ça va dépendre de toi. Si tu arrives à un stage que oui, tu comprends déjà tout, c'est bon. Je t'ai dit, prends le PDF de 50 projets sur React. Vu que tu connais le front-end, le back-end, cherche un projet, tu fais seulement level 1. Tu fais seulement niveau 1. Attends, je prends. Mais c'est toi qui as commencé, tu sais. Et j'ai dit, prends le projet là, prends le PDF là, prends le PDF là. Tu viens là, tu prends le PDF. Maintenant, tu cherches n'importe quel projet. C'est pas obligé que ça soit là. Tu fais l'implémentation juste de level 1. Là, maintenant, ça va te donner au moins, vu que tu vas prendre Node.js, tu n'as pas besoin de trop partir loin sur ton projet. Voici ça, ça te met les déceptions. Niveau 1, niveau 2, niveau 3. Tu as les tests une to-do list. Oui, test, bon, voilà, maintenant, voilà ça. Tu testes, bon, attends, je regarde ça ici. On regarde quel, ok, bon, on va juste monter. Ouais, tu peux tester ça, ça serait cool. Mais en fait, tu fais pas ça pour que ça soit simple. Sinon, ça serait trop facile pour toi. Ok, ok. Tu mets une to-do list et tu rends ça plus complexe. Ça va ici, non pas de to-do list, t'as dit project tracker, code management. Ouais, tu pourrais faire un truc comme ça. T'as un peu. T'as un petit peu ça. No result. Bon, tu cherches. Bon, c'est ce que je sais pas. C'est page 40, c'est trop long. C'est trop loin. Ok. Ça, c'est flashcard. Mode pas. Ouais, tu peux faire ton portfolio, tu ajoutes tout mais le portfolio, c'est pas un projet. Tu considères le si tu considères le portfolio comme un projet. Ouais, mais ça serait, tu peux faire ton portfolio de bête. Ça serait cool.
Whose value will be the count that is being
Mais
held in
là, c'est
state.
pas un projet. Lorsque
Okay,
tu vas
that
finir, tu
does
vas
not
encore chercher
exist,
quoi faire.
so let's pretend like it does for a second and import it. We'll just import it from a file that we'll call capital C count, and we'll create that file, count.jsx, and there it is. We'll go ahead and set this up. We know
Mais
that
tu,
we want it to
mais
take
tu
props,
peux
because we
déjà
need
le faire.
access to that number prop.
Tu
I'll
peux
go ahead
déjà,
and return, if I can spell it right, we'll return the h1 that I cut out earlier, but now instead of count, I don't have that anymore because I'm not in a file where state is being created. Instead, I'm receiving that state through props, and specifically a prop called number. All right, let's see if we made any mistakes. We'll hit save, and okay, it seems to be working as we would expect. Okay, as I mentioned, that was pretty contrived. A component that just renders an h2 is probably overkill for most
mais tu fais
instances.
ton
I
portfolio,
suppose there are
puis maintenant
times
tu
when you
rajoutes
want
des
your
projets.
h2 to always
Mais le
be
PDF là,
styled
tu
a
peux
specific
chercher. Au
way,
pire
and
même,
I don't know, maybe have some specific functionality attached
tu
to
fais
it.
le
But the
clone
reason
de
that we did this
Netflix.
challenge is because I wanted to take a chance to talk about rendering. Let me go ahead and add a console log, and we'll say app rendered. And then I'm going to do a similar console log inside of my count. Of course, this time we'll say count rendered. We have briefly discussed what rendered means in React, and I don't plan on doing a super deep dive into everything that happens when React is rendering components. But the crucial things for us to understand at this point is when we talk about something being rendered,
Toi
we
plus
can
design
think of
c'est
it
zéro.
as the
Ok,
function
bon.
of that component being run.
Ok, j'ai un projet pour toi. J'ai un projet pour toi. Là, tu vas travailler avec les API. Bon, c'est vrai, c'est ça que je devais aussi faire. Ok, bon, je vais regarder ça. Ok. Hmm, ouais. Mais je sais pas si j'ai déjà copié ça. Je vais juste regarder. Tu fais SEM. Comme tu as dit, tu veux pas faire truc complet. Tu fais SEM. C'est juste SEM. Hmm, hmm. Ça, c'est juste un mot. Ça, c'est juste un mot. Voilà ça. C'est un design SEM. Tu peux obligé de faire le clone exactement. C'est juste une seule tâche que tu dois faire. SEM. L'utilisateur fait une recherche d'un film et puis tu mets la liste des films qui a rapport avec le nom que l'utilisateur a entré. C'est SEM comme projet. Bah, tu établis ça. Moi, c'est ça que je vais faire, mais après avoir travaillé avec les API avec React, je pense que je vais essayer de faire un truc similaire. C'est déjà un mode. Et maintenant, il y a un autre truc que tu vas ajouter maintenant si tu veux travailler avec le backend. Avec quelle API? Bon, j'ai une API pour toi. J'ai travaillé sur ça. J'ai une API pour toi. Ouais, je vais attends. Ouais, j'ai une API pour toi. J'ai une API pour toi. J'ai une API pour toi. Oh, j'ai oublié le nom. Attends, je vais voir si je me retrouve. Web Resource, Web Tool. J'ai oublié le nom, mais je pense que j'ai sauvegardé ça quelque part. Juste que je sais plus trop. Voilà, c'est ça. Des movie database. Ok, on passe sur API. Tiens, je balance le lien. Maintenant, c'est à toi de regarder la documentation pour voir comment ça travaille. Parce que je sais pas trop. Tu viens seulement sur la référence, tu vois comment ça va faire. Maintenant, tu viens ici, un petit guide, tu viens ici, tu tapes movie. Bon, parce qu'il y a tout. Et puis, c'est ça. Tu viens ici. Ça va faire le travail. Là, il te montre même déjà comment tu peux mettre le code pour récupérer. Voici ça ici. Bon, tu travailles, tu viens ici. Bon, là, c'est la première partie. Maintenant, la deuxième partie du projet consiste à faire quoi? Oui, Figma. Ok, la deuxième partie du projet consiste, vu que si tu veux implémenter avec le back-end, ça veut dire que l'utilisateur peut se connecter. Non. Maintenant, l'utilisateur peut se connecter. En même temps, il peut utiliser ça pour se connecter. Il peut utiliser ça. S'il n'est pas connecté, il peut toujours utiliser. Il n'y a pas de souci. Mais maintenant, s'il veut mettre my watchlist, maintenant, il doit être connecté pour mettre ça. Maintenant, vu que tu veux mettre le back-end, peut-être juste pour renforcer tes notions, tu mets maintenant le back-end ici maintenant. C'est-à-dire, il va cliquer sur le bouton si ça va ajouter sur une table dans ta base de données qui dit, bon, ça c'est ces listes qu'il va voir après. Donc, c'est un peu ça. Et puis maintenant, comme ici, il mentionne maintenant, il y a l'onglet maintenant, My Watchlist. Maintenant, lorsqu'il est là, ça montre tous les trucs qu'il allait ajouter. Et puis, allez, donc c'est ça. Ouais, tu dois avoir un compte pour utiliser l'API. En fait, tu peux pas utiliser un truc. Tu veux utiliser les ressources, tu dois créer un compte sur le site. Ouais, en fait, c'est juste ça, juste pour te donner ta clé. Ben, on va pas juste donner une clé comme ça. Tu dois avoir un compte. Donc, c'est ça. Le fichier, putain, je balance le lien du fichier. Je balance le lien du fichier là. Maintenant, tu peux. Tu vois, voilà, voici un nouveau truc. Ce n'est pas complexe. Tu n'ajoutes pas de trucs complexes. Et c'est toutes les notions que tu as déjà appris. Parce que je pense que tu connais tout ça. Te connecter, ajouter, retirer, c'est pas un problème pour toi. Et puis, travailler avec les API, je pense pas que c'est un problème. Donc voilà ça. Tu peux juste prendre ça, tu copies ça. Si tu as Figma, tu copies ça dans ton. Ici, c'est quel? Oui, c'est ça. Mais maintenant, c'est à toi de voir comment tu vas travailler avec. C'est à toi de voir les ressources que tu récupères avec l'API. Parce que oh, merci pour le follow. Moi, je peux encore regarder toutes les ressources. Je sais pas encore quoi, mais ce qui est sûr, c'est que tu vas trouver le nom. Ce qui est sûr, c'est que tu vas trouver l'image. L'image serait là. Il y aurait le nom, il y aurait le rating. Bon, ça dépend. Je sais pas si tout. Et puis, il y aurait aussi la description. Et ça, je sais pas. Donc, c'est à toi maintenant de voir la documentation de l'API pour voir toutes les ressources, toutes les informations que tu peux récupérer. Maintenant, le bouton, si c'est toi qui dois ajouter automatiquement, vu que ça dépend de ça. Donc, c'est un peu ça. Et maintenant, ça, c'est un autre concept que j'ai vu. Maintenant, tu es pas obligé de mettre ça. Tu connais quoi comme langage déjà? Bon, JavaScript. Présentement, je peux confirmer que je connais JavaScript. Le seul langage que je peux dire que je connais. Pour les bases Python, j'ai juste les bases en Python, mais PHP, ça fait déjà 3 ans que j'ai arrêté. Mais j'avais bien des notions en PHP, mais j'ai arrêté de programmer en PHP depuis, donc je connais plus trop. Mais présentement, c'est plus JavaScript. C'est pour ça que j'apprends React. je passe à l'étape suivante. Parce que je pense, si tu connais déjà bien Java, c'est bon, React, ça serait pas trop un problème. C'est ça, je remarque. Bon, on tourne. Bon, le dernier truc que je voulais dire, tu peux mettre, comment dire, tu peux mettre, mais tu prends la version gratuite. Dev ou full, je sais pas trop. Tu, tu parles d'où? Peut-être tu prends full pour que ça te donne tout, pour que ça te donne tout ça, je sais pas trop. Mais je pense que ça c'est plus pour lors de l'inscription. Mais full, si ça peut te donner full, tu mets full. Au pire, même tu peux prendre ce projet. C'était en quelque part. Au pire, tu peux prendre le projet si. Mais travaille là sur l'autre là. C'est trop drôle. Imagine tu as fait ça. Non, c'est. Expect for developer from anywhere. Oh, mais c'est ça. Au moins, ça va te donner. Tu aurais quoi? Chaîne de. Exactement, l'inspiration pour le nom. Au moins, ça va te donner l'inspiration pour ton prochain projet.
Here we're rendering the app component, which essentially tells React, hey, I want you to go to the app functional component, the function, and just run through the code there, run that function.
Ouais, ouais,
So if we
ouais.
go to app,
Vu que présentement, côté design, j'ai un peu la flemme de faire le design moi-même. Donc, et dans si je suis capable de prendre un design de quelqu'un qui l'a déjà fait, je prends. Et j'essaie maintenant de pratiquer sur ça. Et vu aussi sur Scrimba, là j'ai pris la version pro pour un mois. Mon objectif c'est, pendant un mois si j'apprends React avec le cours. Mais maintenant, vu que j'ai accès à tous les projets, je veux copier tout ça dans mon compte Figma avant que la succession finisse.
we see
Donc
it's
c'est
going
ça.
to be setting up some state. It defines a few functions here that we use within the body of this component. In our case, we also put a console log here. And then we return some JSX, which represent React elements, which
Ouais,
eventually
c'est
will
ça.
get
Juste que
turned to DOM
présentement, je peux
elements
pas
that get placed on
prendre
the page.
l'abonnement de
And
chaque mois ou
that's
bien
what the
l'année une
user
fois.
actually sees.
C'est,
So let's see what
il y a
happens
pas
when
encore,
I
je
hit
suis pas encore
save
capable de le faire
and open
maintenant,
my
mais peut-être
console.
après parce
Okay,
que
we see we
c'est,
got app
c'est une bonne
rendered.
ressource.
So
Bon, c'est
the
une bonne
app
plateforme pour
function
apprendre.
ran because our console log ran, so we know that it ran. And our count rendered console log, the one that's here, also ran. And that's because inside of the app component, we are rendering or creating an instance of the count component, which
Mais
means
toi, tu as
React
déjà,
ran
tu as
the
déjà
count
des
function
notions de
and therefore
base
our
ou
console log
bien
ran.
tu es débutant,
Okay, well,
débutant.
let's see what happens when I change the state inside of my app component. So I'll go ahead and let's click plus and check it out. In our console, we got app rendered and count rendered again. So changing the state inside of our app component is rerunning this function, although a really interesting thing to note is that the count value is now updated. It's not rerunning it and setting it back to 0. That's one of the main features of state. It maintains its value from one render to the next, which is happening behind the scenes in React. If this were just a plain function and nothing else special about it, then of course our value would keep getting reset back to 0, but that isn't happening. Not only that, but our count rendered again as well. And let me scroll down a little bit so you can see the instance of the count that we have. And I'm going to insert a pause to give you a second to think, why is it that count re-rendered? Even though it was only state in the parent component or the app component that changed.
Ouais, c'est
Try
cool
thinking through
ça.
that, see if you can make sense of why
Dis-toi
the
que si tu
count
mélanges
rendered
les deux,
re-rendered.
ça va te rapporter plus plus d'argent, vu que tu connais déjà le marketing et tout.
Well, intuitively, we probably think, well, it's because it relies on this count value that exists within the app
Ouais, ça
component
serait
in
cool.
order to
Bon, je
correctly
pense, mais
display
je
the
pense que
number.
la version gratuite de la plateforme-ci, ouais, c'est ça, au moins, je connais déjà. Attends, je regarde ça ici, j'avais regardé ça. Ouais, c'est ça. Ils ont une version gratuite sur. Tu peux apprendre JavaScript. Ça, c'est gratuit. Tu peux apprendre avec quelques projets aussi interactifs. Donc, ça, je pense que ça pourrait t'aider. Là, ce lien, du coup. Attends un peu une question. C'est ça que je. En fait, c'est ça qui. En fait, c'est la seule plateforme que j'ai vue. Ça mélange net ce qu'ils disent. Là, c'est déjà bon. Tu as déjà copié le projet. Ouais, c'est cool. De rien. Maintenant, mais je sais pas si tu as droit à la partie projet. C'est ça que je sais pas. Mais si c'est que tu veux un projet, tu me dis juste. Mais tu peux un peu vérifier. Je sais pas si tu es toujours là. Tu peux un peu vérifier, tu me dis. Si tu as droit à la partie. Parce que je sais pas, j'avais la version gratuite, je sais pas si j'avais pas peut-être attention sur l'onglet projet. Mais si tu vérifies, tu me dis. Parce que là, ils ont quand même aussi des trucs que tu peux travailler avec JavaScript. Ça serait cool. Mais je remarque que la plateforme, si c'est plus pour le front-end. C'est ça que j'ai remarqué.
On the page, whatever the current value of state is. And that is true. It's a bit of a partial truth, but it makes sense if we go to the count component. If we didn't rerun this component with a new
Ok.
value for props.number, then what gets displayed would never update. Now, the reason that I say this is a partial truth, and I'm starting to flirt with the line of going outside the scope of what I really wanted to teach in this course, is because the truth is any components that we have inside of our app component, in this case, will get re-rendered. Whether they rely on the state or not, they will by default get re-rendered by React. There's a little bit of controversy about this and quite a bit of misunderstanding. The truth is, even if you have a component that doesn't technically need to re-render, doing so by React is super, super fast, and it's not something that often leads to any kind of performance issues. And if it does, there are things that you can do to improve the performance. Again, that's outside the scope of this course. It's most important to know that if we have a state change inside.
Tu sais quoi, merci beaucoup. Là, tu me rassures. Avant de continuer ça, je vais, avant de continuer ça, je vais vérifier, je vais faire quelques trucs parce que, bon, présentement, si mon abonnement finit et que je n'ai pas pris le projet là, je vais trop regretter. Donc, mieux d'abord, je copie ça dans mon profil. Parce que ça, je me disais, pourquoi? Ok. Bon, mais il y a, il y avait que quoi? Bon, on va commencer là. Et ça grandit. Et je pense que j'ai des wesh, et j'ai pris ça. Learning Journal, bon, j'ai pas besoin de ça, c'est un truc simple, c'est ici. Bon, le UI me plaît bien. Ouais, parce que mais je profite maintenant, parce qu'on ne sait jamais. Qui sait, si après je suis pas capable de reprendre l'abonnement, bon, mieux, mieux vaut, mieux vaut être rassuré. Parce qu'après, peut-être si après je suis capable de prendre l'abonnement, je vais le prendre. Si je suis pas capable, au moins c'est déjà fini ce que j'ai appris et j'ai quand même profité de mon abonnement pour prendre les ressources qui m'intéressent. Donc c'est ça. Mais si tu regardes, si tu as besoin d'un truc, tu me dis juste. Là, je te balance le lien. Parce que vu que c'est pas là, tu peux pas avoir accès au lien. Donc, si en regardant, tu as un truc que tu vois que tu pourrais peut-être avoir besoin du fichier, des fichiers. Tu me fais juste. Espècement que la personne qui a créé ça ne me regarde pas. Après, il va dire, non, mais t'abuses. Ça, c'est quoi? Pom, 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 pom. Tu remarques même, c'est quand même des trucs un peu, on peut dire un peu basiques. Oh, cool. Bon. Là, c'est bon, mais ce qui est sûr. Je vois que parfois je dis c'est bien d'être pro sur une application, mais
Inside of one component, like we have inside of our app component, React will re-render its own elements that that component is in charge of re-rendering, and it will re-render all of the child components that are nested inside of the return of this component. If those components have their own children to display, those also will get re-rendered. I go quite a bit more in depth on this topic in my advanced React course here on Scrimba. So once you finish this course, assuming you are planning on continuing to learn React, that will be a great resource for you. But in the meantime, what we've discussed here is good enough for us and opens a door for us to now start talking about state and props and how they relate to each other and how data gets passed around in a React application. Let's look at a slightly more realistic example than the counter that we just saw. Back in our contact card, if you remember, we had our little star icon, and clicking the star would fill it in or empty it out, essentially toggling the isFavorite property on our state object. But let's say we wanted to
oui, oui,
move this star element to not just be the button with the image inside that we have here,
je suis
but
dans mes, je
into
suis
its
dans
own
mes débuts.
component so that we could reuse it in other places in this app. So at this point, I'm going to type out a challenge for you to
Début
start
de
working on.
l'année.
Okay, your challenge is to move the star image, which is actually this button with the image inside, into its own component, which you'll call star. The star component should receive a prop called isFilled that it uses to
Oui, génie
determine which of the
logiciel.
two icons it will
En
display.
fait,
As a
c'est pas
reminder, you will need to make sure
précisément
that you take these two import statements and move them into the
développement web, mais
component that
bon,
you
c'est
create to put
l'informatique
those
en
star
général.
component.
Donc,
While
c'est
you're
après
working on
que je
that,
vais
I'll
voir
want you to get rid of this
sur
on
quoi je
click.
vais me
This is what I
spécialiser.
mean here when it says don't worry about the ability to flip this value quite yet. So in doing so, you can actually just get rid of on, you know what, I'm just going to get rid of on click right now here. After you've created that star component, here in our app.jsx file, I want you to import and render that component in place of the button element that we have here, and then make sure you pass the correct prop to it so that it will work as we expect, or at least it will reflect the value of contact.isFavorite. So you can switch this value to true just to make sure that that star suddenly fills it. Go ahead and get started on this challenge.
Ok, bon. La vie est belle. Avec quoi? J'ai vu tu as balancé une vidéo. Bon, ça veut dire, tu as dit tes vidéos sont en arrière de tes lives, donc ça veut dire que tu dois faire un live pour dire la fin du projet. Tu dois ça. tu dois ça à ta communauté. Tu dois le faire. Tu dois dire, bon, j'arrête tout, j'abandonne. Je suis navré, mais je dois laisser. Désolé, c'est pas ma faute. Ça devient déjà trop complexe. Je fuis, je vous laisse. Après tu dis mais, après tu dis mais, on a un autre projet en cours. Ça arrive très chaud. Bon, ils ont dit on nomme ça quoi? Euh, Ouais, mais même jusqu'à là, tu dois toujours avoir, tu dois dire, tu dois faire un live. Parce que n'oublie même pas que tu vas poster ta vidéo. Donc ça veut dire, ta vidéo doit avoir une fin. Le projet doit avoir une fin, même si c'est pas bon, une fin, la fin, c'est-à-dire une bonne fin. Bon, c'est ça. Ouais, c'est cool. Moi, je pensais faire ça toute la journée, mais je sais pas. Si je pas la flemme de continuer, si je pas la flemme de continuer, je vais voir. Non, ça dépend, hein. C'est point. On va voir ça. On va voir. C'est à voir. Non, ça retourne même directement un bouton, donc je sais pas pourquoi je fais ça. Je vais juste mettre ça. Bon.
I think I've done a lot of working backwards where I cut this out and render a component that doesn't exist. So maybe this time I will start forwards. I'll create a new file called star.jsx. And inside star, actually, before I forget, I'm going to import these two lines here. I don't need them in here anymore. So we'll go ahead and import those. And then I'll create my component. I do know that I want this to receive props because I'm going to have an isFilled prop sent to it. And then I'll say return. We'll come back over to app. Let me grab this button and paste it in the return of the star component and format. And we used to be looking directly at the contact object and state, but we are now going to be receiving essentially this value of isFavorite from props. So this will be props dot, and I think we said to call it isFilled. So let me go ahead and change everywhere that we had contact.isFavorite to props.isFilled. And over in app, I can now
bonne journée, bonne
import
soirée.
that
Je sais pas trop.
component. So I'll just do it right here. We'll import star from /star and render it in place of the button. And I'll hit save. I still need to pass the prop to it, but let's just see. Oh, it's going to struggle a little bit because I don't have that prop passed to it. So let's go ahead and add isFilled is going to be the value of contact.isFavorite. And oh, nope, I do still have a bug. Let's see. Reference error star empty is not defined. And oh, yes, I have this right here. This line is no longer needed, but I do need to put that logic over in my other components. So let's see, I know what I'm doing here. Let's clean up that challenge and go back to star. And okay, perfect. Right here, we'll paste in that line of logic. And yep, it was expecting star icon, and we're no longer looking at contact.isFavorite. We need props.isFilled. I have star filled and star empty. Let's try again. Okay, cool. Now we get our app back up and running. Or I should say it's partially running because I got rid of my onClick on my button. We can see that clicking the star doesn't actually do anything here. We do need to test it though. Let's make sure we change isFavorite to true and hit save. Cool, our star is filling in. So now we just need to try and think, how are we going to make it so that our nested component, the one that is now inside of the star component, how can we enable the star component to make a change to its parent's state? In fact, I'm going to put in a pause here so you have a chance to think through that. You don't necessarily have to write any code. You're welcome to if you want. But think for a second, how might we be able to add some functionality back to our star component so that clicking it will then change the state that lives here inside of app?
J'ai l'impression que ça ne donne pas. Ok, on voit ça. Je savais que je pouvais passer une fonction directe.
I remember when I was first starting out, I thought, well, I just need to add an onClick handler to my star component. And let's just see where that takes us. So I'll go ahead and add onClick, and we'll just pass in the toggle favorite function, hit save, and click the button, and not quite. It's still not working. Take a second to think, why is it not yet working for us? Remember how the properties that we're adding to our JSX elements map directly to the DOM elements that exist in JavaScript? In JavaScript, elements that we pull from the DOM, they have a class name property that we can change. And DOM elements like an H2 or a regular button or an image or any of these regular DOM elements, they also have a DOM property called onClick. Well, we're not quite directly working with a DOM element here. We're working with a custom component in React. Any of the properties that we put on our custom component in React, they're chosen by us. And so despite the fact that we named this onClick with a capital C just like we would if it were a regular bare DOM element, or in this case a React element because it's JSX, which gets turned into a DOM element, this onClick is just another custom property or prop that we're passing to our star component, which we would then need to receive as one of the props in order to actually do something with it. Inside of my star component, this is where my regular React element of the button that I want to add an event listener to exists. So in order to get the onClick here, I need to put it on top of my button. So I'll go ahead and use onClick with the capital C, and the value that I'll pass to it is the function that I'm receiving through props called onClick. One thing that I sometimes do to clarify exactly what's happening here is I'll go to my custom component, and instead of giving it the exact same name as what would be placed on a regular DOM element, I might change it to something that's obviously more custom, like handleClick. Doing so won't magically fix it. I need to come over to my star and realize that I'm not receiving a prop called onClick anymore. I'm receiving a prop called handleClick. So I'll change this to handleClick, and let's just see what happens. I have my star, I click it, and it empties out. Awesome. We've talked about how we can pass any JavaScript data type down through props, and functions, like we're doing here, are no exception. We're passing this function down to our star prop so that we can put it on the native element, this lowercase b button element, so that it can correctly listen for the click event and run this function. Running this function will still interact with the parent's state in order to change it. So over the next few lessons, we are now going to dive a little bit deeper into state and props, the React hierarchy, and what the component tree looks like, and all kinds of really fun stuff. We'll get lots of chances to see different ways that we can structure our state and our props. And as a reminder, all of this is bringing us back to our Chef Claude app where we had kind of a long component and a desire to move some of those sections of the component to their own individual components that then get rendered by the main parent component. So without further ado, let's jump in and start seeing how React handles state and props and the component tree. At this point, I think it's helpful for us to look at how we pass data from one component to another in React. Let's look at a sample diagram of a React application. We can imagine that the rectangles closer to the top represent parent or grandparent components, and the lines simply represent that that component is rendering an instance of another component below it. In this example, the name of these components isn't that important. It's just important that we understand the hierarchy that's here. As you're building your application, you might realize that this bottom component here is in need of some state so that the user can change something and React will re-render that component. As you continue building, you might also realize that there is a sibling component, or in other words, a component that is also being rendered by the same parent that is also in need of the state that you just created in its sibling component. We're going to do a challenge in this code in just a second, but this is a perfect example of this. In our index file, we're rendering an app component. The app component is rendering a header component and a body component. And as we were building this, in the header component, we initialized some state for our current user's username. We set it equal to Joe, and that's what's being displayed up here in the upper right. However, as we started building out our body component, we realized that we need access to the currently logged in user so we can fill in this text where it says welcome back and then blank. We want this to say welcome back Joe. So think for a second, is there any way that we are able to pass the state that we created from this component over to its sibling component? Well, as it turns out in React, no, we can't. This isn't how data flows in React. In React, data can only flow downwards. It only works in one direction, from a more parent component down to children components. So take another second to think, how could you make it so this component that is currently saying data please can get access to the state from its sibling component?
Et bon, que je fais ça ici. Une ici, là. Ok. Et je vais créer celle-là, puis je passe. Ouais. Et ça, je vais ici. Ok. Ok. Oh, oh, ok. Maintenant, je vais non utiliser ça ici. Fiche fond. Sortir. Ok. Ici, header. Ok. Là, c'est mieux.
Because data only flows downward, the easiest thing that we could do is simply to bump that state up to a parent component and then pass that information down through props. This way, both of these bottom level components can have access to the information that it needs. Well, what will inevitably happen as you continue to build out your app is you'll find that you have yet another component that needs access to that information. And once again, we find ourselves being unable to pass information from the component that we just gave state to its so-called sibling component that now needs access to that state. And it's important to note that we certainly can't go from any child component up to I guess you could call this an aunt or uncle component, because there's not even a reference in the code from this bottom component to any other component in the hierarchy. So this also is not something that we can do, which means once again we are forced to pull our state up to a higher level and pass down through props to the components that need it the information from that state. As you can imagine, this can get a bit cumbersome over time, and there are a number of different solutions that can help us avoid having to pass props many levels down. Tools like Context, which is built into React, or third-party libraries like Redux or ZooStand, which were created to help this data management problem. All of those topics are outside the scope of this course, and so we are just going to be sticking with state and props. However, I can offer a little plug for my advanced course here on Scrimba, where we do dive into context and we learn how we can use context to avoid having to drill props through so many layers of our component tree. So let's apply what we just learned about moving state up and passing its information down through props by working on a challenge. Here we are in our header component, which is currently the location of the state that we created for our username. Your challenge is to raise this state up a level and then pass it down to both the header and the body components through props. And then the last part of this challenge will be to make it so that in the body component, we aren't looking at this blank space here, but instead we're able to render the username in its place. Go ahead and give this challenge your best shot.
J'ai l'impression que j'ai déjà fait ça. Ok.
In this hierarchy, we can imagine that this box right here is the app component, and it is rendering the header and the body. But right now, our state is living down here in the header. So as we saw, we need to lift that state up so that it will live in the app component. Let's go ahead and cut this state out. We'll go over to the app component and we will just put it right there. And I had already imported React from React in these components, just in case you wanted to play around with putting it in different locations. But at this point, we can get rid of those. And I guess while we're here, we'll clean up this challenge text too. Okay, let's come back here where we just put our new state, and we can pass that state down through props. We'll just maybe call it a prop of username, and we'll set it equal to the value of username from state. And now let's see what happens. I'm going to hit save. I'm probably going to get an error that talks about how username is not defined. So we can go through and fix those. In our header, we are referencing username, but we don't have state here anymore. Instead, we are going to be getting this from props. So I can just add props.username in its place, and let's see if that works. Yes, our header has Joe in it. Let's go over to our body. We will also accept props here. And once again, instead of these hard-coded underlines, we are going to get props.username. Moment of truth, hit save, and perfect. Our body also says, welcome back, Joe. We can also double check that this is working by changing Joe to something else like Bob, and perfect. It changes in both locations with only one state change. Understanding that data flows in a single direction, and that direction is always from parent to child components or downward in the tree, can be extremely helpful for you as you start working on architecting your React applications. I think the last important thing to touch on with this before we move on is to know that it's best practice to keep your state as locally defined as it needs to be. In other words, if this component down here on the bottom were the only one that needed state, then that's a great place to put state. If its sibling needs access to that state, then moving it up just one level is the best way. It might be tempting to think, well, I'm going to stop refactoring this. I'm just going to shove my state at the top of my application and then pass it down as many levels as I need to. But as a rule of thumb, that's generally not a good idea. And if you do have state that is truly global across your entire application, that's usually the time to start looking at one of those alternative solutions that I mentioned, like Context, Redux, or Zoostand, or something like that. Okay, with this under our belts, I think it
Et
is
quel
time
est?
for us to do a round of challenges to help us really cement in what we have been learning about when it comes to props and state in React.
Oh, ici il est 7 heures.
This is the beginning of a series of challenges that we are going to work on so that we can reinforce what we've learned in the past up until now, and so we can prime ourselves to learn some new information. And we're just going to be building a silly little series of buttons that actually was inspired by my Rodecaster Pro, which is what I use for mixing the sound from my microphone. And it has these 8 buttons over on the right side that are kind of fun pastel-y colors, and they are just for doing sound effects. I literally never use those buttons, although I think they're programmed with sounds. Let me see what they do. The funny thing is, while this is recording, I actually can't hear what it's doing, so I'm going to turn that off. We've got some funny sounds over here. The point is, when I press these buttons, they light up, and when you press them again, they turn back off. And so that's the inspiration for the project that we're working on. The first part of this challenge is first to initialize some state with a default value that is the array of pads that were pulled in. I called them pads because they're technically called sound pads, so don't let that be confusing. If we go to pads.js where we're pulling this in, it's an array of objects. They have an ID, a color, which we're going to use eventually, and an on value, which we're also going to be using eventually. For the purposes of this challenge, you should find yourself only needing access to the ID, although I'm not going to tell you why yet. That's going to be part of your challenge. So you'll be creating some state inside of this app. You'll initialize the value of that state with this array that we're importing. This is honestly kind of a strange thing to do. We're going to see exactly why we're putting it in state later. But then what I want you to do is to map over that state array and to display each one of them as a button element. I've already written some CSS for you, so it should show up in a 2x4 grid. And as it mentions here, don't worry about the on property or the color property quite yet. Once you've mapped over that array, you'll put the elements right here, or I guess if you want, you could just map over it right here inside of the markup. So go ahead and give this one your best shot.
Je suis pas bien. Oh. Bien avec quoi? Bon, ici, on doit faire quoi? Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire? Ok, first, but interest. Ok, ici c'est this array with objects. Ok.
All right, first things first, let's go ahead and create some state. We'll call these, I guess, pads, and we'll use set pads as our state setter function. That'll be equal to react.useState. Of course, I need to import React in order for this to work, so let's do that. Not improt, let's import React from React and initialize this with the array of pads. Okay, that is part one. Part two, let's go ahead and create some, I don't know, maybe we'll just say button elements. And that will come from pads.map. For each pad, I'm going to return a button element. I'm going to use a set of parentheses so I can do an implicit return on the next line. And we'll bring in our button. And one thing I always find myself forgetting to do is to actually render my elements after I have created them. So let's go ahead and do that now. We're going to have a little error, or a warning, I guess. Oh, you know what? Pads 2. That's funny. I chose a bad name here because that's exactly what I'm calling my objects coming in. You know what? You probably chose a different name for this. I'm actually going to change the name of this one to pads data, just so that I can still call this pads inside of my component. Okay, let's see if we hit save and get the warning I was expecting. Yeah, each child in the list should have a unique key prop, and that's because we're mapping over it. We need to make sure that we provide a key. And fortunately, I gave you the IDs for each one of these. So that's what we'll use in this case because we manually did it. We know that they're unique. So let's give that an ID, or a key of pad.id. We'll hit save. That warning goes away, and awesome. Okay, this is really just to partially reinforce what we have been working on up until now, and also to set us up a little bit more to learn about state and some ways in which we will oftentimes find ourselves dealing with state inside of a React application. Great job on this challenge. Let's jump into part two. Okay, sorry if I led you astray. Before we move on to part two of this challenge, we actually need to spend a little bit of time to finally learn about inline styles in React. This isn't something that we use terribly often in HTML, but in HTML, you can provide an inline style directly on your HTML attribute by using the style attribute. Whenever I put inside of the quotes inside of this text, will get rendered by the CSS engine. And so I could say something like background dash color colon, and I don't know, let's do something crazy like red. Okay, I'll hit save, and we see that it's applying. And actually, this inline style is taking precedence over the CSS rule that I already have, changing the background color of the body. Let's go ahead and undo that. It's a little bit of an eyesore. We'll hit save. Okay, that's a little better. We can do a very similar thing in our React code. Anytime we have a JSX element that is going to be turned into a native DOM element, basically anything that is a real HTML element, we can pass a style prop to it. However, because we're in JSX, we're not going to set this equal to a string where we say something like background dash color, but instead we're going to set this equal to an object. Now, I have found this to be a tricky thing for beginners in React. If you remember, when we do a set of curly braces inside of our JSX, it first puts us into JavaScript. So this is not setting it equal to an object. It's simply saying, I want you to evaluate some JavaScript inside here. The JavaScript that we want to evaluate in here is an object, and so I need my second set of curly braces. In fact, sometimes what I end up doing just to avoid that confusion is I'll create a separate variable, let's call it styles, and set it equal to an object, and then replace that kind of silly double object looking thing with my object that I defined elsewhere. You definitely don't have to do it this way. It might not be that confusing to you to just have your object nested inside, but let's just see what it looks like this. Now, I'm creating this object in JavaScript, so if I want to access the background color, an important thing to remember is that I need to use my CSS properties as the camel-cased version of those properties. First of all, because, well, it won't make sense for us to have a key that tries to do background dash color. But perhaps more importantly, we need to remember that we are working inside of a JavaScript file, even though it looks like we're typing HTML. If you remember, in regular DOM JavaScript, if we wanted to get an element, we'd say something like document.getElementById by ID something. And if we wanted to alter the style of that, we would say .style, and then we could access the background color property of it and set it equal to something. The reason this is camel cased is because that's how they have it set up in DOM JavaScript. And so I need to camel case my CSS properties. I think you understand that. Let me go ahead and get rid of that. And let's just see that this is working. Well, remember, we're styling the button elements right now. So if I change this to the string red, awesome, we get our red buttons. All right, well, in this case, we're just hard coding a color to change the background color of these buttons. However, usually in React, you'll find yourself doing something like this, adding an inline style, when you need it to be something that's more dynamic. Let me show you an example. I'm actually going to clear out the button styles there, and we can just get rid of this object. And I want us to imagine that we want to enable a feature for our app that allows it to receive maybe a prop called dark mode. Let me actually put these on their own lines just to buy myself some room. Okay, so here in our index.jsx file, this is where we're instantiating our app component. And let's go ahead and imagine that we are adding a dark mode feature to our app, and we want this to either say true or false. Let's go ahead and say true for now. And we will come over to our app component, and we'll make use of that incoming dark mode prop to change the background color. And well, really, I mean, that's something I want you to do. So I'll type this out as a challenge. Okay, these are still red from the previous time we refreshed. Let's go ahead and change it. And your challenge is to use a ternary to determine what the background color of the buttons should be based on the incoming dark mode prop. If it's set to true, then set the background color to this color. And if it's false, then set it to this color. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Well, we're passing a dark mode prop to our app component, but we are not receiving it at all. So let's go ahead and grab props. And you know what? As a reminder, I think what I'll do this time is I'm going to destructure this immediately and just grab dark mode directly from the incoming props object. Either way is totally fine. I just wanted to remind us that this is an option. Let's go ahead and create our styles object. We also could have done this inline directly here in our button. And we'll change the background color, camel cased, to, and then we'll take a look at dark mode. We'll use our ternary here. We'll say if dark mode is true, then I want it to be this color. And otherwise, we'll have it be this color. Lastly, I need to include my style attribute here, and we'll set it equal to the styles. Let's clean up this challenge text, hit save. Okay, so they are dark because dark mode is set as true. And if we come over here and change it to false, they are light. Awesome. Hopefully you can start to see that this can be applied in a lot of different ways. The way that we've done it here is pretty simplistic. We're going to apply this idea to our sound pad over the next couple lessons, and we're also going to see how we can do dynamic class names. Feel free to play around with this and just experiment with the different kinds of things you can do dynamically with your styles. For example, maybe you make it so that if there's an even number of pads that are coming in from pads data, then they display in one color, and if it's an odd number, then you display it in a different way. I don't know. The world is your oyster. Doing stuff like that, though, is one of the best ways to just explore what's possible. Really, exercising your curiosity is going to be one of the best ways that you can learn. So play around as much as you want. When you're ready, we will move into part 2 of our SoundPads challenge. These buttons are looking a little bit boring, especially if we compare them to the buttons on the Rodecaster Pro that are nice and colorful and bright. So let's address that now. Your challenge is to first create a separate component that we'll just call pad and replace this button element with that new pad component. I want you to pass this pad component a prop called color, whose value will be the color property from our pad objects that we have. And inside the pad component that we're about to create, I want you to apply an inline style to the button. And maybe that wasn't entirely clear. When you create the new pad component, you're going to take this button and that's what will be returned from the pad component. I want you to apply an inline style to that button so that it can set the background color of the button to the color that we're passing to our component. We're not yet dealing with the on property. We're going to be doing that soon. You might have to read through this challenge a couple times. There were some things that I skipped out on to give you a chance to figure them out on your own. And so I'm going to pass it over to you now to work on this challenge. All right, I'm going to copy this button. We have a bit of change to make. We'll create a new file called pad.jsx.
Bon, je prends un peu une pause. J'ai un appel à passer.
in that file, let's go ahead and set up our component. Since I copied that button, I'll go ahead and return that directly. And I'm going to remove the key because I'm not going to be doing any repetition here inside of the pad component, but instead we'll be doing that in app.jsx. Let's go ahead and import our pad from the file called pad. And we'll replace our button with an instance of this pad component. We don't need a closing tag here because it's going to be self-closing. And yes, the key can stay on here. That should fix the issue with needing a key. Actually, I'm trying to think if this would be broken. Let's hit save and okay, yeah, we've got our buttons on the screen. Okay, so that is number one. Number two, let's pass the pad component a prop called color. Okay, let's do that right here. Color is equal to pad.color, and we are passing the pad component a color prop, but we are not receiving it at all. So let me go ahead and receive props. And we could either do our inline style. Actually, yeah, let's just do our inline style right here on the button. We'll set style equal to an object, and that object needs to be inside of the first set of curly braces. Also, it's important to remember that we don't want to call this styles or something else weird. Currently, we're dealing with the actual button element, so we need this property to be correctly spelled. Okay, inside this object, I'm going to set the background color equal to props.color. And before I hit save, let's go back over to app. We'll see how we're doing. We passed the color prop and we applied it inside the component. We'll deal with on soon. Okay, let's clear some of this text out and cross our fingers. We should see a little bit more of a colorful display here. All right, let's hit save. And that looks so much better. Sorry for any of my OCD friends who are wishing that the order was exactly the same. I'm kind of feeling that pain too. Well, the order is the same, it's just in a different orientation, and the way that I marked down the buttons was left to right and top to bottom. I don't know. I did it in a weird way. I'm sorry. Still, our buttons are looking great. In the next part of the challenge, we're going to finally make use of that on prop and apply something similar to our dynamic styles that we have, but instead, this time it will be a dynamic class name. So once you have made sense of what we've done here and you've had a chance to play around in the code, let's jump into that next part of the challenge. Oh no, our buttons are not lit up anymore. And that's because I added some CSS that turns them off by default. Or in other words, it just adds this opacity of 0.1 by default to the button. However, I did give us a way to include an opacity of 1, and that is if our button is to have an on class name.
Ok.
Let me bump this up here and we'll see if the button is supposed to be on, then it will have this full opacity and the colors will be nice and bright. But I need you to work to make that the case. So part 3 of this challenge is to update the code so that if the button is on, or in other words, if the data says that on is true, then the button should get a class name of the string on. This is even a little more vague than last time, so I'm hoping that you've been paying attention and doing the challenges. If not, that's okay. Go back, try them again. It should be a good primer for this challenge. So I'm going to insert a pause here and you can start working on challenge part 3.
Oh, voyons voir. Et ça dit on. Ouais. Ok. Oh, c'est ça, j'ai pris le mauvais nom. Ok, là, là c'est pour faire. J'avais pris le mauvais nom. Non, non. Pour la sécurité.
In order for this component to know whether it's on or off, we have to pass that data in to our pad component, just like we did with the color. So I'm going to add a new prop called on and set it equal to the value of pad.on. Remember, this on property is coming directly from the pad's data. Well, maybe I should say indirectly from the pad's data. We're saving pads data in state as this value of pads. That's going to be the same thing. We're going to talk about why we're doing that really soon in an upcoming lesson. And so this pads is the array of objects, and we're mapping over it, so each one of them has an on property. We're passing that down to our pad component, so let's go ahead and receive it in props. And we can always do something like console log props.on just to make sure that's coming through. And we see that we did get 8 instances of this console running because we have 8 instances of our pad component. And if we were to map this closely to pads.js, we'd see that it is in order as we would expect. Okay, let's close the console, get rid of this console log. And in order to add a dynamic class name, I can access the class name prop that I would pass to my button, or attribute, I guess, that I would pass to my button. But this time, instead of hard coding a class name here, I can evaluate some JavaScript. There's a few ways that I could do this. I could say, first, I need to check props.on, and if that's truthy, or true in this case, then I want to add the string on as my class name. Otherwise, I guess I could do an empty string. This should work, so I'll hit save, and awesome. Some of our buttons are turned on, and let's see, it's buttons number 1, 3, 4, and 8. If I were to come here, we'd see that 1, 3, 4, and 8 are the ones that matches perfectly. Okay, now instead of an empty string, just for information's sake, I could put null here, and that would work as well. Now, some of you may have tried to use the double ampersand, as we learned in conditional rendering, to only include the string on if props.on is truthy. And let's see what happens. I'll hit save. Our buttons are working, but let's check out our console. It says that it received false for a non-Boolean attribute class name. Remember, when we're using this double ampersand, if this is a falsy value, it will return whatever that value is. And in this case, it returned false, and so it's like we were setting the class name to false, and React wasn't super happy with that. In fact, it even has a super helpful message that says if you used to conditionally omit it with the class name condition double ampersand value, pass class name condition question mark value, otherwise undefined instead. And oh, that's an interesting way to do it using undefined. I guess since the documentation or the warning says to do that, maybe instead of using null, we'll go ahead and just follow what they said. I think null would also work just fine here. All right, let's hit save. Our warning's gone. Awesome. Great job by the React team for including such a helpful warning. Great work, my friend. Again, play around with this code as much as you want, and when you're ready, believe it or not, we still have more to learn with these sound pads. Over the next 2 lessons, we are going to be seeing 2 different ways that we can architect this silly little app that we're making with regards to having multiple of these pad components and having some state that controls whether or not they are turned on or off. We're receiving their initial values through this array here, but we do want the user to be able to click them and have that on value flip from true to false or false to true. So in this lesson and in this challenge, we're going to see one possible way that we could do this. And in the next lesson, we'll see another way we could do it, and we'll talk about which one is likely the better option for us. So what we have right now, and I've created this diagram to make this a little easier to comprehend, we have our app component, which is where we are importing our pads.js data. We're mapping over that array of data, which in this case I've simplified to only show an on property. We're mapping over that array and we're creating our pad components. Of course, we have 8 of them. This diagram has 4 for space sake. And as we're mapping over the array of pads, we are passing down to it a prop called on, which passes the correct Boolean value down to each of these components. Those components are then using that on value to determine whether or not the class name of on should be displayed. And we can see we're doing the same with color, but let's just focus on for now. The first option for how we can have these pad components control their own on state is by initializing new state in each one of these components. We would then take the value of props.on that's coming in from above from our app component and set that as the initial value in our state for each one of these components. Then we would have a function defined inside of the pad component code that would allow it to flip its own value from true to false or vice versa. Of course, because we are rendering multiple instances of this pad component, each one would have its own state, which React would be keeping track of, and clicking each one individually would change just that one component's value in state. So let's implement this by working on this challenge. we need the useState hook from React. So we're going to import React from React. And let's just initialize it right here. We'll just say this is going to be on, and set on is equal to react.useState. And the initial value is not just going to be me deciding to hardcode something, but instead we're going to set it as the value of props.on. Let's clean this challenge text up. I already know what I need to do. So I'm going to have a function that I'll choose to call toggle, and it's simply going to call the setOn function. It will need to know the previous version of it and just flip it to the opposite. So we'll just say the opposite of prev_on. And then I will add an on-click handler to my button, which calls toggle. Fairly straightforward how we have this set up. At least let's hope it works. I'll go ahead and click these. And oh, of course, I missed one last thing. I don't want to be looking at props.on. I just want to be looking at the local state of on. Let's try that again. And awesome, look, everything's working, perfect. Okay, well, this seems pretty darn straightforward. So why would I care to try a different way of doing this? As I mentioned, there's more than one way we could approach this problem. There's probably more than just two ways even, as there very often is in web development and programming in general. So in the next lesson, I want to see another way that we can structure this. And my goal here isn't to first teach you a bad way of doing it and then teaching you a good way. It's simply to help drive a point home when it comes to the interaction between props and state and just architecting React applications in general. As always, play around with the code as much as you need to in order to understand what we just did. If you want, it doesn't hurt to scrub back to before I did this and try it again on your own from scratch. When you're ready, we'll move on. There's actually a name for how we set this up in the last lesson, where we're taking an initial source of truth, this array, mapping over it and creating components, passing information to that component through props, and then the most relevant part to what we're talking about here, setting state based on the initial value of the incoming props. And then, of course, the reason that we would set state internally is so that this component would be able to change that state. The name of that is called derived state, which makes sense. It's deriving its initial state based on incoming props. Well, as it turns out, you probably don't need derived state. This is a screenshot from the legacy React blog, and you can see in a couple places it warns you that this is an old version of their blog, but in reality, the information on this page still holds water pretty well today. You can click on the screenshot if you want to read more about it, but we're going to be talking about the biggest problem with derived state, which is that you can end up with multiple sources of truth. You see, the way that we have this written, we have this state living in the app component, which is supposed to represent the current state of all of the pads. But in reality, once we derive state inside the pad and allow it to update itself, as soon as any of these pads gets clicked, it's going to be out of sync with the parent state that we had. And because of that, we have two different sources of truth. On its face, this is probably the most straightforward way to get something that looks like it's working. So I can click these, they appear to be updating just fine, and maybe that's all the features we want, at least for now. However, because we have two sources of truth, certain potential features in the future suddenly become a little bit more difficult to add. For example, let's imagine that we wanted to include a button down here that simply said turn all of the pads off. Because this exists outside of the individual pad component, it would be here in the app where we'd add that button, maybe just right here down below the rendered array of pads. However, actually implementing this feature would involve some kind of crazy seeming workarounds. And that's because if we were to simply set pads and turn every one of those pads off, well, our pad components wouldn't care. In fact, let me take a second to implement that feature, at least how it should be working if everything were working the way we'd expect, just to, I guess, prove a point that it's not going to work. Okay, so here I've included a button that says turn all off. Clicking the button right here will run this turn all pads off function. That function is running this console log just so that we can see that it's running. And then it's calling set pads, which if we look is the first time we're calling set pads and updating this pads array in state. It looks at the previous array of pads and then it maps over them and basically says, just give me all the data from the previous pad, just so we don't lose the color and such. But then it changes on to false for all of them. When we hit save, we'll click turn all off and we can see our console log is running, but of course our pads are not turning off. Don't worry too much about the implementation details of this function. We're going to be writing something very similar to this. But the point I'm trying to make is if we need any kind of control over all of the data in these pads, then we are going to be better off structuring our code in a different way. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove the state from the individual pad components. And as such, they won't need to update their state. So we'll be able to get rid of those toggle functions. And instead, we're going to make use of the state that already exists inside of our app. Then we will still create a toggle function inside of our app, which gives us the ability to toggle one of the objects in this array, and will update the local state of this array inside the app component by using setPads. Because we're updating this local state, it's going to re-render all of the pads, and almost all of them will receive the same on prop that they received before, except for the one that got clicked. The way we'll know which one got clicked is by passing this toggle function down to each of the pads. When the pad gets clicked, it will send a signal up to the parent component. It will tell it which pad got clicked based on some ID number that we'll pass to it. The toggle function will update that one item in the array. Everything will get re-rendered, and that one item in the array will then be different from its previous value, and so it will flip. Now, believe me, I know this sounds more complex, and that's because it is. However, this is the best practice in React when you're dealing with state in this way. It's better to have a unified source of truth, because now we don't have a separate source of truth on each pad. They are simply reflecting this single source of truth that exists in state on the app component. Now, I'm going to give you a challenge that will get us part of the way here, and then we'll be working through the actual implementation details of this toggle function together. So let me go ahead and first I'm going to get rid of this turn all off code, and then I'll include a challenge text here. Okay, your challenge is to first create a toggle function, and for now, all it needs to do is log clicked to the console. Then I want you to pass that function down to each of the pad components and set it up so that when that individual button gets clicked, it will run the function that we passed to it. All right, I'll hand it over to you to work on this challenge. All right, let's do this. We'll create a function that we call toggle, and it's just going to console log clicked. Then when we're mapping over our array of pads data, we will add, let's just call the prop toggle, and we'll set it equal to the function toggle. Okay, we'll head over to our pad component, and now we're receiving a prop called toggle. And well, look at that. That's the same function name we gave it here. Let's go ahead and delete this, and then instead of toggle, this will be props.toggle. We're going to lose the ability to flip that state, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and click it, and okay, we're getting our console log running. So this has been a great way for us to get a high-level overview of the approach we're going to take, but it feels a little bit like the scrim has gotten long. So in the next lesson, we're going to talk about how we can implement this toggle function so that instead of just console logging clicked, we can make it toggle the state of the button that was clicked. We're currently passing the toggle function, which we defined in our app component, down to every instance of our pad component. Currently, all it's doing is console logging clicked, and that is definitely working. Of course, that's not the ultimate goal. Now, one thing that's important to note is that each of these pad components has access to props.toggle, the toggle function that we're passing down to it. But because this toggle function is defined in the parent component, there really is only one toggle function. It's not like we've duplicated this toggle function 8 times, which means there isn't any built-in connection for the toggle function to know which button triggered this function. I think technically we could try to grab the event and use something like event.target to figure out which button it was that caused the click event. But as you become more experienced in React, you're going to learn that accessing DOM nodes like this is kind of a code smell. It just doesn't feel right. It's not really the React way to do this. So let's say in our toggle function, we receive the ID of which button was clicked, then we would be able to look through the array of our pads, find the one with the ID that was clicked, and flip its on value to the opposite of whatever it used to be. In fact, sometimes what I like to do is write this out as sort of pseudocode or comments in this case. So we'll say map over the pads array, and